amazing deal from American Crafts. If you want to improve your writing and your handwriting and your lettering, stick around, something that I'm sure you'll love next.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Good morning. How are you? It is Sunday. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Sewing Street. I hadn't forgotten anything. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's great to have your company. What a gorgeous day we've got. We've got Sandi Millichip-Massocchi's in the house. We've got some amazing brand new products to share with you today. We've got some amazing deals as well. More to the... Oh, excuse me. That's a good start, isn't it? We've got some amazing deals as well to share with you. So just every reason to be with us here today on Sewing Street. Now, we should start, as we always do, with our early bird, of course. And this is absolutely brand new. I am absolutely thrilled to bits to have this. It is the Odif 505 Temporary Adhesive Glue Stick. Yes, you heard me right. So Odif 505, now I'm used to using their quilt basting spray. I think the majority of us have used and probably love their quilt basting spray. But this is a glue stick. Now, it looks a lot like a Pritt stick, but it's not, of course. Goes on blue, dries clear, washes out completely when you wash the item. But equally is sewable, doesn't clog your needle, doesn't leave any residue or stain. 15 seconds and it goes transparent. So this is great because you put it on your fabric. If it's still blue, you know it's sticky. If it's gone clear, it's dried. Absolutely brilliant for things like applique, brilliant for things like putting your binding onto your quilt. So machine it on one side, then run a line of glue, stick your binding down, and then you can top stitch by machine all the way around. It takes a few minutes instead of hours and hours to hand sew. Use it for applique, use it in dressmaking when you're putting zips in, or you know, even if you want to just hold a hem up instead of pinning it. So maybe you're using PU and you can't pin it, or simply you don't want to use pins. You want a quicker, faster job. And also, of course, with the temporary adhesive, your glue is everywhere, whereas pins are here, here, and here. Maybe you're not into using the sprays, you don't like the aerosols. I know some people really don't like using sprays. You can use your glue. Absolutely brilliant. Now, let me show you first of all our regular price for Odif Temporary Adhesive Glue Stick. So regular price is going to be $6.99 moving forward. So whenever you see this in the future, it will be $6.99. However, for a reason I do not understand, because I think if it's a brand new launch, then it's exciting, it's new, we want to try it. I'm going to pay $6.99 to try it. But it's our early bird, and so we're going lower. You're actually today going to pay $5.99. You're saving £1. And we want you to try this. We want you to get it home, try this. It's a brand new product, absolutely brilliant. Flying into baskets. Lots of you out there want to try this brand new product. But we know 505, it has the same sticking power Absolutely fab. Marie's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. Good morning, my lovely. Donna says, good morning, Stuart. And everyone. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Ever walked up Gold Hill in Dorset with a Hovis loaf under your arm? Never. Vian says, good morning, Stuart. Great to have you on the show. How are you, buddy? I'm absolutely great, thanks. Hel says, morning, lovely Stuart. Looking very tanned this morning. Happy Sunday, people. It's out of a can. I fake it. Shell says, wow, what an entrance. Great to see you so happy. Thank you. Sorry about the cough, though. I've got this very annoying little tickle at the moment. It's very odd. But lovely to have your company. Now, wow, okay, hundreds going. Grab this. It's brand new, a brand new product for Sewing Street, but it's not a brand new product in a way. It's not a brand new company. We know Odif, we know 505, we know how 505 sticks and holds for as long as we want it to. You know, but equally, you can peel it away, you can wash it out, leaves no residue, you can sew absolutely brill. Of course, you can use this too for things like English paper piecing, for glue-basted applique, so either raw edge or something like, you know, if you're using freezer paper templates and turn your seam allowance over with your glue stick, use it for that too. My favourite thing to do now is machine sew bindings, front and back. But part of the trick there is the precision, getting your stitch in just the right place. What you do is you can sew the binding to the front or the back first, it doesn't matter. But then what you do, so if you're sewing it to the, excuse me, I do need some water, please. If you sew it to the front of your quilt first, which is the traditional way, isn't it? So you bind it to the front, turn it to the back, run your glue around, and stick your binding down at the back. And then again, working from the front, you sew in the ditch all the way around. And so your stitching will probably be just over 1/8 of an inch inside the binding on the back. However, the other way you can do it is to sew it to the back first, then turn your binding to the front, glue based with your 505 glue stick around, stick your binding to the front, and then top stitch from the front. So you're really, really close to the binding, just inside the binding, all the way around. So not in the ditch, but on the binding itself. And that looks so smart. Now, well over 100 customers have already shopped today and checked out their baskets. Lots of you multi-buying. This is the kind of thing that you want to get a few in stock so that you have always got this brilliant new product. That looks like a can, doesn't it? I love the way they've styled it. It's a glue stick, don't worry. It's not a spray. It's not a spray. It dries clear as well. It's dark blue, but it dries clear. And it doesn't leave any residue, and it washes away. So when you finished your project and you wash it, gone. Thanks, Dan. Morning, lovely Stuart and everyone. Being asthmatic, I can't use sprays. This will be fab. Thank you. Larry, brilliant. I'm so glad. You know, I think if there isn't a product that suits, then manufacturers are trying. They're always looking to improve, to change, to bring something new and innovative. This is brand new. So cool to try it. You might be working in a group with others. You may have pets. Birds, I think, are very sensitive, aren't they? Respiratory-wise. I know our chickens are. Dust and things like that and sprays. But this is, and also as well, this isn't going to go on your table, on your desk. This is only going exactly where you want it to. Hilary says, morning, my lovely crafty people. Oh, that's lovely. Sally says, good morning, Stuart and team. Looking forward to spending the day with you today. Sally, wonderful to have your company. Brand new product from Odif. It's 505, a temporary adhesive glue stick. Normal price $6.99. We've never seen it before, but we're coming in with an early bird price of $5.99. Once everyone's checked out, over 200 of you have gone for this today. Absolutely fantastic new product. What a way to start a Sunday. And don't forget, if you've gone for the early bird, your basket is now open, you've paid your P&P, and that is for the whole day. So if you purchase repeatedly throughout the day, you might buy yourself a sewing machine, you might buy one of Sandi's fabulous kits that she's got on today, you might buy yourself a new book or some fabric. Just keep combining your shopping basket and you'll pay £3.95 for the entire day. Loads of you multi-buying this. If we've got any left, we'll keep it around. We'll bring it back at 9 o'clock because this would be very, very relevant to our 9 o'clock hour with Sandi. We're doing a little bit of hand piecing. Absolutely boon for hand piecers, hand appliques and hand piecers. Absolutely fab. Really pleased we've got this in. And as well, have you seen the amount of glue? I'm not going to push it out fully, but there's a lot of glue stick there for the money. When you think about the size of like a normal glue stick that we use, it's much, much wider, but you've still got that lovely precision. You can get a really thin line of this. Another way I really like to use a glue stick is for attaching bias strips. So for things like stained glass, quilting, you know, we use a black bias tape. Absolutely brilliant for that. Or Celtic work, rather than having to hand baste it with a needle and thread. Well worth trying. Wow, 300, amazing. Tracy, morning to you, my lovely. She says, you are my favourite. Well, you're my favourite now, my darling. Have a lovely day and hope your cough gets better. Thank you, I'm just not used to talking. Susan says, morning, Stuart. What happens if you don't need to wash your project? Is it okay to leave it in and okay to sew over? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. It's developed for sewers. So all you have to do is give it 15 seconds to dry before you put it under your sewing machine, which is, you know, no time at all. And then it's not going to gum your needle at all. It's not going to interfere with the sewing process. Now, as far as what if you don't want to wash your project, I would have to test that to see. Certainly, glue sticks that I've ever used in the past, everything is still soft and supple and great. And I suppose if I was using it with something like PU or cork or whatever, then I'm probably not going to wash those things. I don't think it would affect the flexibility. For something like quilt, for cotton, I always wash my projects, always. As soon as I finish them, I wash them. Because things like dust, grease from your hands, residue, you want to get rid of that and any markings or glues as well. So I would recommend. All right, okay, keep going through for that. Keep going through. Oh, Steph loves my shirt. Thank you. Right, okay, keep going through for that. Now, let's do the menu and see what's coming up today. At 8 a.m, we've got the Dan Morris Radiant Reflections Stained Glass Fabrics. Oh my goodness, they are dazzling. At 9 o'clock, one of the sunniest people I know, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, is here with the Quilt Lovely book by Jen Kingwell. We've got it. Look at this gorgeous cushion. It is upside down. That's what I was doing with my hand. It is upside down, but it is absolutely gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. Brand new book from Jen Kingwell. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got Cushions for a Beautiful Home. Lovely, lovely projects in that hour. And then 11 o'clock, we've got the Scrappy Kitty with Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, and in fact, the whole Scrappy gang. But the Scrappy Kitty is brand new today and super, super cute. I've already had a cuddle. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got great deals on sewing machines from Brother. Now, how do you get in touch with us here at Sewing Street? Lots of you have been messaging in, but how have you done it? Well, let me tell you. You can email the studio first and foremost, studio@sewingstreet.com. That's how you can send in pics too. We love to see what you're making. You can also message the studio through Facebook, Sewing Street TV, and on the website. Go to www.sewingstreet.com and then you can message us there. Now, while we're there, 20% off rulers this weekend with code RULERS20. Put that in when you check out and you will save 20% on rulers. Really good day maybe to get that stripology or that big square ruler or the templates that you've been waiting for. Have a look, see what you can find. Now, when you click on Watch Live, you'll go through to our live screen. You can also message us there. Always wonder what you're going to put. Hello. That's it. That's it. Wow. Wow. And then you can see our early bird, the Odif 505 temporary glue stick. It is flying out. We are fast approaching limited stock on that. If you want to get yourself a couple of extras so you don't run out, remember you can always go back and order more. You won't pay any more postage. There's that gorgeous book we're launching today, Quilt Lovely by Jen Kingwell. That's launching at 9 o'clock. Jen Kingwell has got absolute legions of fans. This is a beautiful brand new book from her, a beautiful scrappy approach, some more intermediate and some advanced quilt making in there, lots of hand piecing as well if that's your thing. It is really, really gorgeous book. And then we've got some bundles to make the cushion that Sandi's created from the book. Some really good value bundles. 8 o'clock's not at the top, it's at the bottom. There's some cushions from our cushion hour. Cushions for the home. I did say, where else would one have cushions? And Hannah, our producer, said, cushions in your car. I was like, okay, yeah. There. Anyway, we've also got some lovely Amber Makes projects in that hour. Keep an eye out for those. Doorstops, they are like cushions. They're like cushions. That's very cute. Oh, I've actually got that here. Ooh. Oh, these have only just launched this week, so if you haven't seen these before, they are super cute. Look! The circle of life. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. It gets worse. Got teddy bears later. There's a lot on today. We've got a lot on. Absolutely fab. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, so that is the day coming up. It's going to be fab. Make sure you stay with us. Whatever the weather, it'll be sunny here. Now, I have got a brand new collection from Dan Morris. It's called Radiant Reflections, and it is beautiful. Now, I've got a bundle. You've got 4.5 meters. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yes. So we've got 9.5 meters of fabric, and then there are 3 panels. Now, I'm gonna make you wait for a moment to see the panels. They are spectacular. I'm going to show you the fabrics first of all. So in this bundle, you're getting 0.5 meter of each of these fabrics. Look at these. It's almost like the rose window at York Minster, isn't it? Imagine covering buttons using these. Absolutely beautiful, glowing, digitally printed fabrics. There's nothing like it for getting that glow. And the detail is absolutely stunning. Now, you're going to make a saving. You're going to save 0.5 meter. Look at that. That is a bit special. £108.89 for the whole bundle. Remember, that's 9.5 meters and 3 very, very special panels. I'll get through this quite quickly because I want to show you the panels and I know you're itching to see them. I do have these fabrics available by the 0.5 meter too, if anybody wants to jump ahead. I think that border fabric will sell out in this hour. So if you want some of that, more than 0.5 meter, then jump ahead. Right, so they are your fabrics, 9.5 meters. And then let me show you these panels. So first of all, here's the first. I'm going to hold these up because I think you'll see, wowza, wowza. That is stunning, absolutely stunning. Let me just show you a little of the detail. These are incredible. Imagine using this as the center of a star block, radiant star points coming away, layers and layers of star points, or just literally layering and quilting it and putting a border around the outside. So that's one of the panels. Here's the second one. Even better than the first, I think. It's got the same squares, but it's on a black background, which, wait for it, look at that. I don't think I need to tell you, this is a bit of me. Look at these. I mean, the glow, the reflection, it is literally like they are lit from behind. So that's your second panel. All of this for 108.89, and then the final panel. I have saved the best till last. I really, really have, because this is absolutely magnificent. I think maybe you could have it this away. I think it's this away. That is unbelievably beautiful. Just gorgeous. I'll lay it down there just to have a proper look. Wow. What do you think? I think it's amazing. You've also got this lovely border around the edge. Now, I think for me, what I would do is, this is the center. I'd put plain black around to get it to an easy size and shape that I could then add piecing. I think I would then do some star blocks all the way around, a border of star blocks. And then I would use the border print and possibly some of these as cornerstones and use the border around the outside edge to create an absolutely magnificent stained glass quilt. So in the bundle, you get this, you get this, you get this, and 4.5 meters of fabric, 9.5 meters. It is absolutely spectacular. For 108.89, you are saving the price of half a meter. Hi Stuart, already ordered the panel and the border fabric. Love how quickly you give the details and the info. Oh, thank you. Well, there's such a lot of loveliness to get through, isn't there? And I don't know. I want you to be able to see everything without me just waffling. But I'm very excited about this range because I think it is truly gorgeous. I just love amazing colour, especially when it's sort of vibrant and glowy and juicy. Juicy colour. Amazing, amazing. I'm going to pop this to one side. Can I just mention, I'm going to give you the details in a second, but there are 2 extra wide backing fabrics that go with this range as well, which the minute I saw these, I was like, that is genius. And to have them here. So I'm going to mention this as a set. Right, before we go any further, solid black. Solid black. Because I think whatever you're doing with this, you're going to want to put some black with it. This is a 1 metre bundle for £6.58. You're saving £1. It's going to be useful whatever, whether you're buying the Dan Morris collection or whether you just want to top up your stash. You're getting a metre here. You're saving £1. It's £6.58. I mean, I can never have too much black fabric in my stash. Brilliant. It's brilliant. 1/3 of the stock has already gone into baskets. Very, very good. Save yourself £1. Right. Are we going to do the panels or the backing? The panel. Yeah, let's do the panels. Now, half the stock of the big panel has already gone, and that's what we've got outside of the bundle. Here's the large panel. It is absolutely glorious. I don't think it matters which way up you have it, whether you want the blue at the top or even if you wanted it side on. It is absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that if you look into it, you can sort of see, you think you can see images or things, but they're, you know, it's just lovely. And all round here, oh, this is just magnificent. Oh, my goodness me, there are 9 panels remaining. Do you know, I've only just looked at the price. Can you believe $14.99? Amazing. The vibrancy of the colours, the impact that you get from this, it is so graceful, it is so vibrant. Way more in baskets than I've got. Let me show you a second panel with those smaller squares. I'll do the one with the black background first. Any of these, actually, you could just frame. You could do my Japanese rice bags using these. I'll show you some. You've actually got 16 squares. 16 squares. Now, if you went for this and a metre of black, you could put borders. Oh, sold out. Yeah. Now, I'm going to leave it there for 1 second because I just want to show you, that this is the last panel that I've got available. Okay. It is more pastel. Can you see? It's a little more pastel. The colours are slightly toned down. No. If I put them up against, let me find, I'm just looking to see whether they're, yeah. So like this one and this one, if I fold it and show you, on the black, it is a little more intense. On the cream background here, this is just slightly softer. There's only 5 of the cream left. But what I wanted to show you was that because you've still got the black in there and the black border, that actually if you were like, oh, I really wanted that one, what I missed out, when you've cut these out and maybe put a black border around them anyway, they're going to look virtually the same. Right. Wow. Those have sold out so fast. These have all sold out. Now, the only way, oh, I need them actually. The only way to get them now is in the mega bundle. Now, can I just mention the extra wides? These aren't in the mega bundle, but they are from the same collection, the Dan Morris collection. And I'm just thinking, if you've gone for, say, any of those panels, and you're thinking, okay, I want a border fabric to put round them, what's the most economical way to do it? This is it. One of these. Yeah. No way. Wow. So, okay, right. Would you believe these extra wides are $11.99 a half metre? That's amazing. That is amazing. Are we doing, yeah, this one first. This is the one that was kind of more intensely blues and turquoise and wow. I mean, there's loads of opportunities there if you wanted to do things like fussy cutting or kaleidoscope cutting to create some secondary patterns. There's lots of opportunities there. But as a border fabric, can you see those lovely, almost delineated borders that we could cut ready-made for us? Either way, on half a metre, look, check this out. Half a metre, this is 108 inches wide. You don't get this in your mega bundle. Look, this is what half a metre, I can only walk so far back, but this is what half a metre of extra wide fabric. It's still going. It's still going. Quarter of the stock of this has gone. Even half a metre would give you loads to border any of the panels if you wanted to make a quick quilt, for example. But if you want to back it, then double queen, 2.5 metres, 5 units. If you want to do a king size, 3 metres or 6 units. Now, apologies if you're missing out. I know we say a lot, you know, check out or you'll miss out. We really do mean it, and it's very busy this morning. It's very busy for this brand new collection from Dine Brooks too. And I know some of you had these items in your basket and they disappeared because someone checked out before you do. And we say it sometimes, and it's awful when it happens. I would hate that. So if it's in your basket, check it out and it's yours. It's the best thing to do. Right, okay, so this is absolutely flying out. This is an extra wide. Now, the second extra wide, oh, I think I like this one more. Normally well, you know me, I'm a blue boy. But actually, there's something about this that I think that's such a pretty combination of colours. Now, this print is reflected in one of the prints from the main collection. Check that out. I mean, it really is an exact sort of match. But this is the extra wide version. You don't get this in the mega bundle. The only way to get this is to buy this separately. Super pretty. Let me open this out. And again, this could be that you want to make, I don't know, a duvet cover. That would be amazing. Or have you got someone going off to college or university? Those dorm rooms are very, very boring and dull, aren't they? You could just make a big wall hanging just to hang up, just to kind of pretty up. Look at all this. It's absolutely amazing. If you wanted to make a panel skirt or a wrap dress and you need lots of fabric, I think this is really, really cool. Really cool fabric. It's absolutely beautiful quality, 100% cotton. You can see the quality, the smoothness. This is the wrong side, obviously, but the smoothness of it is just gorgeous. If that was your duvet cover and that was against your skin, I mean, it is just beautiful. Oh, what about mixing this with a cotton canvas or a denim for Hayley West's shacket? I like that. I like that idea. Also as well, this could just be the inspiration for your scrap quilt. You've been intending to pull all those scraps from your stash. You need something to bring it together. And what I would say is some black, pull out all your brights, all those turquoise, purple, orange, yellow, red fabrics from your stash. Use your black with them and create a gorgeous quilt. This is your border. This is your backing. Gorgeous. Now, don't forget, we're very excited this morning about the brand new collection from Dan Morris, Radiant Reflections. Well, I've got a mega bundle. Now, the only way to get these panels now is in the mega bundle. I just want to remind you, if you're late to the party, my goodness, we started without you. You get this amazing panel. Wow. I want that so much. Your 16 stained glass tiles on black. Yeah, you get that too. Yes, for £108.89. And you get the 16 more pastel stained glass tiles on cream. You get that too. And then, on top of all of that, you get 9 half meters from the collection. And look at these fabrics. You get your individual, almost like crystals, like stained glass crystals on black. That is absolutely stunning. On teal, beautiful tiled design. Morning, Stuart. I snoozed and lost. Oh, Too late for the window panel. Beautiful fabric. Stan Morris is brilliant. I'm too slow. I love you. Oh, you're not too slow for the bundle. We've got one left, two left. Couple. More in baskets than we have. But again, this is that point. This is, some of you lost out because you didn't check out your basket fast enough. Someone else checked out before you and it actually disappeared from your basket. We hate it when that happens. I know you hate it too. If you check out your basket now, you'll get this bundle. You get your stripe. You get your stripe. I want to do that one next if we can as an individual. You get your blue tiles. You get your magenta. Your gold. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is your mega bundle. You're saving half a metre. Oh, and I haven't even mentioned you can get split pay. You can get split pay. 2 split pay is £54.44. So £54.44 to get everything home. All 3 panels, 9.5 metres. The black fabric 1 metre bundle, by the way, has sold out. Well done if you got that. Now, let's do the stripe. Let's do the stripe. I'm going to pop these panels into the boot of my car. I'm not really. I wish I could. Okay, half the stock of the stripe has gone already. Now I'm just going to... That is absolutely magnificent. So these run vertically, selvage. So basically, if you buy 2 metres of this, 4 units, you'd get continuous 2 metre lengths of the design. Because I think you probably, most of us, would want to cut these out as border strips. And the way it's arranged, look, you get like two of the red and 2 of the purple and 2 of the turquoise. So 1 and 2 of the purple. No, wait a minute. Purple, red, turquoise and blue. Thank you. Now, the other thing, that's an obvious way to use it. You've also got a narrow and a wide, so you could individually cut those. You could also cut a large square across, say, 3 or 2 and use that, or cut it diagonally and piece that. There's all sorts of ways you could use this border. You could also do a bit of a Jason Yenter and cut tall triangles, equilateral triangles from the same repeat that you then sew together into hexagons or into borders where you would get a kaleidoscope effect. Now, if you're thinking about doing anything like that or stack and whack, you'll need quite a lot of fabric, 3.5 metres, but you might only need this one fabric plus, say, black for a whole quilt. That's your whole quilt taken care of. So although it feels like you're buying a lot of one fabric, it is your only feature fabric, your only pattern fabric in the whole quilt. But imagine the effects that you would get fussy cutting, say this bit here, here and here, and then here. Do you know what I mean? Or going this away. So lots and lots of opportunities to use this fabric creatively. But I think for most of us, we'd be more than happy just to cut out borders and put those round a quilt, wouldn't we? Just keep in mind, if you want the same colour on all 4 sides, then you'll need to buy double the length of one side of the quilt, because you've got 1, 2 borders the same colour, and then for the other 2, you'd need that length again. Does that make sense? So if it's a 50 centimetre square quilt, you would need a metre, and I would go 1.5 metres, so you've got a bit of wiggle room. Okay, that's the border. Flying out. Flying out. How much of this one do we have left, Hannah? 7 metres left, that's all. Okay, next one. Anyone in particular? Yeah. On black. It's fab. 1/3 of the stock went on pre-order. I think this would be lovely for dressmaking. Make a great shirt. Make a great shirt. Jan says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Morning, Jan. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Sending you a kiss, Patricia. Sue says, good morning, all. What glorious fabric. Makes your heart sing, doesn't it? Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning to you, my lovely. Welcome to Sewing Street. Wow, we're having a vibrant morning. Joanne from Pembrokeshire's messaged in to say, morning, Stuart and team. I absolutely love all Dan Morris fabrics. They remind me of playing with a kaleidoscope. Yes, yes, as a youngster. Remember that? Little cardboard tube with the little bits of glass or plastic inside. They're amazing. They're absolutely... These in particular are very much like what you saw down the end of that kaleidoscope. Susan from Hampshire. Oh, great idea. Hi, Stuart. Would make a lovely bag with PU or cork. Yes. Or corduroy or denim. Any of those. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Really beautiful fabric, isn't it? And I like the black in the background is what I would call a soft black. Absolutely lovely. Now, a general question from Kathy in Somerset. And she says, good morning, Stuart and team. Please may I ask, what is your advice on washing a quilt once it's finished? Kathy, it's a great question, Kathy. Great question. So I don't pre-wash my fabrics. I steam iron them all, which just firms them up. Do you know what I mean? It just tightens the weave. When my quilt is finished, when I finish the binding, first job I do is to wash the quilt because it is covered in pencil and markings and dust and grease from my hands and goodness knows what else. And maybe I've used a glue stick here and there. So what I do is I use a colour safe liquid first of all, because I don't want one that's for whites that has brightening or like bleaching agents that can dull the colours. I use a colour safe liquid because it dissolves faster in the wash. I use 2, 3, 4 sometimes colour catchers. They're from Dylon. You can buy them in the supermarket. They're like little sheets that you just chuck into the drum of the machine and then you put your quilt on top. If there is any fugitive dye at all, and I'm not talking the kind of stuff that would run a big red streak across your fabric, but just even the smallest amount can dull colours a little because it just generally kind of greys everything. They will take that out. I do it on a cool wash, 30-degree wash. 45 minutes is plenty. You know, it's not a dirty quilt as such, just want to freshen. And then when you do it, make sure that you do it when you're around. So as soon as the cycle is finished, you can take the quilt out. What you don't want to do is put it in, go to bed, and then 8 hours later take a quilt that's sat there damp and wet, crumpled up in the machine all night. So take it straight out. If it's a nice sunny day, get it over the line, or even flat. If you've got a garden and you've got a big enough space and it's dry, put it flat. If not, it doesn't matter. Hang it on the quilt. Hang it on the line rather, let it dry. If it's a wet day, you can tumble dry it or you can lay it over. Sometimes I put towels on a bed and then put the quilt on top to dry off. Even if I've done it on the line or in a tumble dryer, while it's still barely damp, I'm going to do the same thing. Towels on a bed, lay the quilt out on the bed and just let it finish off flat. Now that's all the whistles and bells. If you have to just leave it on the line until it's bone dry, do it. It's not an issue. It is much more damaging for a dirty quilt to leave it dirty than to wash it. Even though washing anything creates a little wear and tear, doesn't it? Naturally, wearing a shirt creates wear and tear on the shirt. Washing it does the same. But a dirty quilt will damage. So keep them clean. That's it. That's it. Right. Okay. It's quite a lengthy explanation, wasn't it? Single figures on that fabric. Now I've got that in another colourway. I've got half the stock of this one's gone. This is that wonderful sort of magenta-y purple, isn't it? Derek's got in touch. Derek, I thought of you. He says, morning, Stuart, such wonderful shirt fabrics. I think officially they're quilt fabrics. No, Derek, I'm with you. I thought that perfect for a shirt. This is perfect for a shirt, isn't it? Love it. Yeah. Love Dan Morris fabrics. Love it. You know, sometimes people do those shirts for like wearing with a dinner suit where like the sleeves or the back is a real bright pop and then the front is white. That would be fun, wouldn't it? They are absolutely gorgeous. And I love the background. It looks like a batik, but they are digital prints. They are digital prints. When you're sewing with digital prints, I recommend a Microtex needle. I mean, to be honest, I recommend a Microtex needle for as much sewing as you can possibly use them for. They're brilliant. But for digitally printed fabric, because the weave of fabric for digital printing is very fine. It's very fine, a very, very high thread count fabric for the process. So there's two benefits there. The fabric is absolutely smooth as silk. It's absolutely wonderful. And the print quality is unparalleled. But because it's densely woven, you do need a really beautifully sharp needle to pierce it perfectly. Now for that, I recommend Microtex needles. You need the big packet really, Dan. You know, the box of 100. You can get them in small packs like this, Microtex. These are all, where's the size on these? Oh, can't see, can't read that. This is a mixed pack, but we do have them in packs of 100 and they're a size 70. They're absolutely perfect for patchwork piecing, whatever your fabric. Really recommend them. Thank you, Dan. Brill, thank you. Oh, got it. Right, so neither of them end at 78. 14, right. Okay, so I know it doesn't look it, but there are 100 needles in here. They're size 70 and they're Microtex. So a Microtex needle, it's a type of needle, not a brand. They're all Schmetz. Microtex means that the point is very slim, super sharp, and tapered. So the piercing point and the part of the needle that goes through the fabric is so slender, so sharp. It's sort of, to say it takes a stitch without leaving a hole. I mean, obviously it makes a hole, but you really, really, really can't see it. They're brilliant. Now these are $49.99 for 100. Absolutely perfect price, brilliant price. Whatever sewing machine you use, whether it's a Singer, a Benina, a Janome, Elna, Brother, Juki, these are perfect. They'll fit, yeah. It's not like you have to have a certain brand of needle for a certain machine. Schmetz are my favourite needles anyway, and Microtex are my favourite needle within that. But for digitally printed fabrics, I really, really recommend Microtex needles. They just pierce the fabric and you won't even see where the needle's been. Love them. Now I've also got a pack of mixed sizes. These are 60s, which are very fine, two of them, two 70s and an 80. I also recommend these, and especially the 60s and 70s, for precision piecing. Now, obviously, if you're sewing like 10-inch squares together, I mean, you still want the points to join, but, you know, almost any needle will do that. Whereas if you're doing very small piecing and you want precision, then a fine needle and fine thread will give you that precision. $2.99 for 5. Now remember, you should be changing your needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. You don't have to set a timer, but you just know roughly, if you spend 2 hours sewing every day, lucky you, then I would say roughly twice a week, change your needle. Midweek, and at the weekend maybe. Not every new project. Because if you've made a placemat, it's not worth changing a needle, you don't need to. And if you've made a king-size quilt, that's not 6 to 8 hours. So it's much better to say, well, roughly how much time do I spend sewing? Right, okay. But the box of 100 is my favourite, best value, because you pay about 50 pence a needle buying them in hundreds, whereas if you're buying them in a pack of 5, then you're paying about 60 pence a needle. Is that, yeah, I mean, you say the different packaging. I can't really tell the difference. Are they? Okay. Can we show the, well, I've got O2 here. I've got them side by side and I can't tell a difference. Yeah. Right. So this is what you'll see on the web. Yeah. Yeah. What does the other picture look like? Right, so that's like a dark blue. See, we haven't got those in the studio anyway, but you'll see them on there. Yeah. I mean, don't worry about the packaging. It's the same thing inside. Yeah, you'll see different packaging. Okay. Yeah, so this code that we've got on screen now is slightly lighter packaging. It's 100 Microtex needles, size 70. It's the same product. Yeah, yeah. Just change the image. Yeah, perfect. All right. Okay, right. Back to Dan Morris. Back to Dan Morris, Danny Mo. Right, I have one more of those fabrics with a teal background. Oh, that's rich, isn't it? Half the stock went on pre-order. Remember, this has never been seen before. This is launch day. Sue says, just as well someone nabbed my basket. I'm going to be a first-time grandmother in December. Still fail to believe I'm old enough. Oh, surely not. No, you can't be. But I need to make baby things now. Selfish sewing will have to wait. Oh, well, congratulations, Sue. That is very, very happy news. How wonderful. What a wonderful excuse to make lots of lovely things. Oh, that's gorgeous. And anyway, babies love bright colours. And babies respond really well to black and white. To begin with, that's all they can see. Black and white. So don't be afraid to put black in a quilt for a baby. I do sometimes. Yeah. Gosh, 3.5 meters of this one left. Now, I've got a couple of prints here that we've seen in extra wide versions as well. We'll start with the blue. So this one, and I love the fact, I'll just hold it up as well. Can you see it has almost a striped appearance when you look at it like that? Now this would be absolutely brilliant for creating borders, and it doesn't matter whether you want to cut it vertically or horizontally or where, in fact. You'll get some really cool borders. Even sort of between patterns. So that would be a gorgeous border, but equally, that would be, wouldn't it? For sashing around a block, maybe if you got the panel. Ooh, wow, yes, that is beautiful. Lot of possibilities in that fabric, aren't there? And then we've also got this one, which ends 70, which is the more kind of pinks and oranges. This is the sort of more fiery version, but same print and same sort of possibilities to cut down. Let me just, you see that kind of, ooh, like that. But almost anywhere. Actually, I just want to see what that would look like. Do this at home as well, won't you? Audition your fabrics, play with them, See what you can find. But also this fabric would be wonderful to fussy cut. So if you're wanting to fussy cut particular motifs, get some clear template plastic, cut your template, place it over the top and then use a Sharpie to trace a few key elements from the design. Then cut out. Then when you move it to the next motif, all you've got to do is line up those key points. You know that your template is in exactly the right place and cut out the next one. And then you'll get these wonderful kaleidoscope effects. Fab. Right, I've got a few more. The blue tiles. Now again, this is making me want to cut out large squares, 4 together, 1 on its own. Imagine, if you will, how you could use, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fold this down a little bit. Again, you could use this as a border, couldn't you? 2 squares wide. But I'm just thinking, if you cut out a square like that, but then if you made half square triangles using that fabric, okay, but then when you put those together, it would be the same repeat, so you'd get like a kaleidoscope pinwheel. You know, there's so many fun things you can do with a fabric like this. It's worth getting yourself half a metre or a metre just to play with, just for a bit of playtime and see what you can come up with. Imagine fussy cutting circles and appliquing them to a background. Very cool, very cool. So that's in blue. I've got it in pink as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Sort of sunsetty pink, isn't it? Caribbean sunset. Delicious, lovely. Oh, Derek says, could I ask you to hold the blue tiles fabric against your body as a shirt, please? I certainly will, Derek. I certainly will. We'll keep the graphics. Oh, you're going to put the... Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. That does look nice. Can you go any closer? You thinking short-sleeved or long-sleeved? I think it's a nice scale for a shirt as well, isn't it? Oh, it makes me look tan. Yeah, I like that. This would also be really, really nice for like a dressing gown or a kimono-style jacket as well. Very nice. Hope that helped, Eric. Right, there's the pink. And then I've also got one more, which might be my favourite. I love the combination of kind of orange gold with that turquoise. I just think it's a beautiful, beautiful combination of colours. There were other lovely fabrics I didn't get a chance to show you in this hour, but don't worry, at 10 o'clock, I'm going to show you them then. You won't miss out. You won't miss out. Okay, well, I'm so glad that you loved that Dan Morris collection, which you absolutely did. The mega bundle, I've got 2 left. I've got so many of you with this in your basket. You get the 3 massive panels. Only way to get them. You get 9.5 meters of this incredible new collection from Dan Morris. There are 16 of you with this in your basket and only 2 bundles left. So please use the break to check out your basket. Now, I also want to mention while we're here, the extra wide backing fabrics that we have for this range. Now, the blue extra wide backing fabric that we've got, it's 108 inches wide. I only have 2 units. That's 1 meter left. That's our entire stock. This is not in the mega bundle. This is what half a metre looks like. I've got 2.5 metres, 1 metre of that one. And then I've got that gorgeous kind of Caribbean sunset version. This is my favourite colourway out of the 2. Although I'm normally a blue boy, I just love that turquoise in here. And the pinks, it's just vibrant and lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. This would be great for dressmaking. because you get so much more out of your extra wide fabric than you ever would from a 42 or a 60-inch wide fabric. This is 108 inches wide. Top tip for the hour though, top tip for the hour is while we've got them, get yourself a pack of 100 Microtex needles. They're a size 70, which is nice and fine. The best patchwork piecing you'll ever do, I think, with a fine needle, with a Microtex. It just pierces the fabric so beautifully. I'm never fast enough to get myself a box of these. $49.99 is a great price. All right, I will see you after the break with the amazing ray of sunshine that is Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. See you after this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, I couldn't resist getting Sandi over for a little cuddle. Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, of course. We absolutely love her. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Oh,
It's lovely
brilliant.
to see you.
Oh, it's lovely to see you as well.
Ages since I've seen you.
I got so excited that we were getting to do 2 shows together today. And I know you always love when Sandi's on. Now, Sandi. Yes. Sandi. Quilt Lovely.
Oh,
Quilt Lovely.
Quilt Lovely.
I thought this book was called Quilt Lovely, which would have made my day. But it's called Quilt Lovely.
It would have been great for me because I call everybody love.
You do.
Right,
you
lovely.
do. I'm not special. You call everybody
No,
love.
but you're my special love.
15 vibrant projects using piecing and applique. This is the brand new book from Jen Kingwell.
And it's lovely.
Oh, it is
Beautiful.
lovely.
Absolutely stunning.
It is lovely. It should be $23.99. You love it when I say it should be anything, because you know there's going to be a price drop. This is our launch price. Here we go. Yeah?
I thought that was good value at
I
23.
thought $23.99 was
good.
very good value. It's under £20. It's brand new. Grab it while you can. We've had such a busy morning this morning. Yeah.
I should have brought you a cup of tea in, shouldn't I?
No, you're good. You're good. I've got my water.
They only had ordinary tea. They didn't have Yorkshire tea, so I thought...
Don't go there.
No, this is it, so I thought I'll ask you.
Now, Jen Kingwell,
Yes.
I mean, she has got legions of fans. Australian.
Oh, right.
Known for doing the most incredible quilt designs, often with a scrappy look, often with a little touch of nostalgia, but also quite modern.
That's exactly how I would have described that book.
Oh, would it?
Yes. Because I love sort of scrappy things.
Yeah,
Obviously,
me
my scrappy
too.
kittens and scrappy bears and things. And I also make memory bears, so I use a lot of scraps and material as well. So this book, when I looked through it, I thought, oh, there's loads of patterns in there that I could use with all sorts of different bits of material.
It's that sort of eclecticism,
Yes.
isn't it? And of course, it's great news because anything that can help us use up our scraps
yes.
is wonderful. Or if you just love collecting fat quarters or fat eights, I know, amazing. What I love about this book too, Sandi, is there's lots of projects in here that a beginner with some confidence could do.
Yes.
But also there are lots of quilts in here that the more advanced quilter will really enjoy making.
I think for anybody to have this book in their library, it's ideal because, if you're starting out, she'll talk you through it, and there are a lot of simpler quilts, would you say, or easier to do quilts, which as an advanced quilter, you could advance those actual patterns as well.
Absolutely love this quilt. Let me just show you the flat shot. I think that is beautiful.
And look how many tiny bits of scraps.
Yes.
I mean, as quilters, you've probably got big bags of scraps, and so have I.
Yeah.
And some beautiful materials in there, and you're thinking, what can I do with it? And those would just be lovely, wouldn't
Yeah,
it? They'd be
all
stunning.
kinds of little pinwheels. But I also love the fact that if you wanted to, you could actually take the idea and just do plain squares arranged like that in strips, or a mixture of the two.
So that could be for your beginner
Absolute
person,
beginner.
and then that could be for your more advanced one.
Or mix and match, depending on
Yes.
how much fabric you've got. One for the boys. I'd have put one for the lads.
Yes.
If it were me.
Yes.
But perhaps they don't say lads in Australia. But that's elegant.
It is.
Isn't it?
And doesn't have to just be for boys. You could change that material.
Of course you
around as
could.
well,
You could
couldn't
make
you?
that look
Yes.
really pretty,
Yes.
feminine.
Because I like the way it's been put together. That would be quite a beginner quilt to do
Very
as well,
beginner
but look
friendly.
really good.
Yeah, absolutely. If you said that was your first quilt, no one would believe you. But it could be.
They'd be quite impressed with it, wouldn't they, as well,
Yeah.
I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. Flea market dash. Do you like a flea market?
I do, especially in France.
Oh, what do they call them in France?
Well, they have brocants in France, which are fantastic. When we were there last time, they had this marvellous one right along the river, and it's about 2 miles of all this sort of flea market stuff. It was
gorgeous.
fantastic.
See, here's a little thing that Jen's done that instantly give this a more contemporary look. It's the binding.
Yes.
Black and white stripe binding. This quilt centre could be from the 1950s, it could be from the 1850s, but that black and white stripy border makes it bang up to date.
And doesn't it frame it well as well?
Yeah, it's really cool. Really cool.
You could have that just almost on your wall, couldn't you, with
Yeah,
that
you
frame
could.
round it?
Yeah, you could. Spring Fever's a lovely sort of mixed bag of piecing and applique. Look at that.
And again, look at all the scrap bits of material that you could put in that. You could sort of hang that on your wall in your sewing room and go, I made something with that one. That was what I'd made for somebody else. This was from... And you've got so many memories within that one as well, haven't you? It would be fantastic.
Imagine doing a Liberty version of this.
Yes.
Does that ring your bells?
It does.
Nice, nice. Or just your most eclectic scraps. All mixed in. So many. I did a quilt a few weeks ago, Sandy, which was Cafe butterflies. Did you see, like Dresden butterflies?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
So many people missed out. I had so many emails afterwards saying, can I get the pattern? Can I get the pattern? And you couldn't. You've got the Dresden butterfly here.
And if you did that in, say, like a Tim Holtz sort of fabric, it would really sort of bring it completely very quite contemporary and modern, wouldn't it?
It really would. It really would. Body Lass.
Ooh, is that me?
Should have used that in your intro. Here she is. She's a rare sunshine. It's the Body Lass. Oh, but that's good. Again, completely beginner friendly.
But how good would that look if you said to somebody, I've just made this quilt?
I know, amazing.
And they say, how many have you made? And you know, it's my first one.
Also, too, when people say, I can't make my scraps work, sometimes you need the right pattern. That's the right pattern. Any scraps would work in that.
Because if you look at that, there's all sorts of colours. You've got your flowers with plains, with stripes, with dots.
Yep.
And you really could get any sort of colours and just sort of put them together in a sort of a rainbow sort of palette.
Yes.
And then make them work as flowers, dots, stripes, whatever, couldn't
Top
you?
tips.
You really could.
Top tips, absolutely. And something as well you could work on over a year or two in the background. Whenever you feel like it, grab your scraps, make a few more blocks, put them in a pile.
And every time you're making something, you could make a block out of all the scraps that
I
you've
like
just sort of cut
that.
off. So then you're actually making your project and you're making a square at the same
I like
time.
that idea a lot.
Pop it away and then wait for the next project.
Yeah, that's lovely. Now, more advanced, Daisy Do.
I like Daisy Do.
Daisy Do. This is hand-pieced. Oh, this is a bit special. Look at
And
that.
again, look at the binding on that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I can't believe, I mean, we're not even halfway through the book. I can't believe this is 19.99. It's amazing. Flutterby, this is pretty. This is pretty. Should be 23.99. Look at this. There's so much movement.
And I think she says in it, she's got girls, and she said she looks at it as butterflies, and her friends who have boys look at it as rocket ships.
Amazing.
So you could really sort of make that for any child as well, couldn't you? Which would be lovely.
You could. You could make that for me.
Yeah.
Now, oh, hello.
Now
There's a
that's
whole
lovely.
section on pillows. You made this, didn't you? Let's just have a little look at Sandy's version. This is absolutely gorgeous. What a beautiful piece of work. And if you have got less time for your quilting, or you want a smaller project to work on by hand, what about this? How did you find making that?
It was lovely, actually.
Did you love it?
Yes, because you just had time to just sit. You couldn't do anything else at all, and you just sort of really lost yourself in it. I was talking to some girls yesterday, and just losing yourself in sewing is lovely. So it's a labour of love in a way, because
Yes.
it takes quite a while. Because every little clamshell, well, most of them, are in 3 parts.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of hand sewing there, but if you love hand sewing, it's a beautiful project to do. And you can turn that into a quilt, because she said all the pillows in here, you can turn into quilts, so you just keep going and just keep making clamshells and just adding it on.
Well, this next one, Sandy, I absolutely want to make the quilt, because I think this is gorgeous. Can you see Wheel of Fortune? And it's these, again, almost Dresden-like arcs with sashings. I love the grey linen as the background. I just think that's sublime. You could make a cushion, but you could make the quilt.
Now, to me, that's singing a tote bag or a nice bag.
Very much.
So you could pad it and quilt it and really have a beautiful bag with that as well.
Totally agree. Totally agree. This is machine pieced. It's a bit of foundation piecing.
I mean, there's something for everybody. If you like hand sewing, if you like machine sewing, there's something for everybody in here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think most of us do a lot of it. Now, we both said ties.
Ties.
Make that with ties.
Yes.
That would be
it
gorgeous.
It would be beautiful. Because if you open a tie up, you've got an awful lot of material in there and it's beautiful. And if you back it, it makes it quite stable as well. So I would open the tie out, put a light interfacing on it, and then cut them out. And so you don't need to sort of almost pad your pillow either, because you've got it all in the interfacing in it.
Here's the one you made, Clam Bake.
Yes.
Now, we've actually got some bundles with a panel and with a coordinate that will make that cushion, 3 different colourways. So we'll show you those in just a second. You've also got your full sort of how-tos, your tutorials. It's quite extensive. You know, every kind of skill is covered. You've also in the back got full-size templates, foundations, appliques, anything that you need in the back of the book. I love it.
It's really good. It's a beautiful book. It's Quilt Lovely.
It is Quilt Lovely. It is Quilt Lovely. Will you make me a quilt, Lovely?
I will, Lovely. Because it's you, I will.
Now, let's have a look at this cushion that you've made, because this is absolutely gorgeous. Like you said, a piece of work, a work of art.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. And of course, this very eclectic mixture of fabrics would be hard to collate.
Yes.
Would be hard to gather. However, we have an easy way to make the quilt, to make the cushion. And I think you could use these in so many ways anyway. So in this bundle, you're getting a metre of plain white fabric, okay? And then you're also, and that's your border and your backing for your cushion.
Oops, okay.
And then we've also got the panel. So, wow. So here's your panel. This is huge.
It's lovely, isn't it?
You're like on the other side of the studio.
I am. Hello, Stuart.
Sandy, can you hear me?
I'm here.
But you've got, so everything there to make your large, your middle, your small clamshells. That's amazing. You're also getting a metre of white, which, look, all of this, and let me show you. Stop it. $16.99.
For both.
For both.
What's
For both.
What's
now,
up with Hannah today?
I know, amazing. And I think actually, whether you want to make the clam bake cushion or whether you're actually thinking, you know what, hexagons, I could machine piece, I just want that panel with all, can we just have one more look?
You don't need to, I mean, it's lovely the way it's been done, because we've got all the little labels on it. Is it the right way? Yeah, so it's upside down, but you can see all the little labels on it telling you where the templates are for the clam cushion.
Yeah.
But you can ignore those, and you could use these with a lot of the
you really could. You could use this as a resource for things like applique, where you want little bits of lots of different greens, lots of different pinks, for example. And also, if you don't have a lot of colour confidence and you feel less confident when it comes to combining fabrics for, say, a scrappy project, you can learn a lot by using a panel like this, and then go to your scraps and try and reproduce, even find fabrics from your scraps which match up tonally with these. Then you know it will go together.
And it's lovely because when you cut sort of all the arches out are in 3, the clams. So we've got sort of like a block, so there'll be a block here is T36, say. And then when you've got those, you've only got those certain patterns. So putting those together then makes it work. And sometimes you'd look at them and think, oh, if I'd have picked materials out, I wouldn't necessarily have picked those materials out. But then when you look at them, you think, actually, do you know, they really go together. So go with colour themes almost. And then the flowers and the dots and the squares will all go. It doesn't matter. It's more sort of like the colour. So you've got like the purples there.
Yeah.
And I've stuck with more the greens there and the beiges. We've got another sort of beige pattern here. And a bluey one, but I thought the green would look nice with the blue, because I like that. We've got the yellow with the green and just the dots.
So we don't have to reproduce exactly what you've done there. There's a bit of leeway.
Yeah, really is. So you can sort of get all those, which I'll show you in a minute, and get them and just sort out what you want. And then there's a little bit of hand quilting on it as well.
Love that. Yeah, lovely mixture. Now, we've also got a blue version. Now, you get your metre. Again, $16.99 is amazing. You get your metre of blue.
That's a lovely colour blue, isn't it?
It's
Royal
gorgeous.
blue, would you call that? Or
I don't know, is that copal?
Cobalt?
We'll have a look.
Yes.
We'll
nice,
have a look.
isn't it?
But the panel, this is, I want the panel. I just want the panel. I just want the panel because that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Now, there's no book included in this bundle, because we know that lots of you will just want the panel and the metre of fabric because it's so useful for your stash.
You could make anything out of this.
You really
You
could.
could make hexagon tote bag with it. You could make, you know, pillows.
Could I use it to make a scrappy teddy bear?
If you sewed some of the pieces together,
That's what I'm
yes, you could.
thinking.
Yeah, so you'd have to sew some of those. You could cut out little hexagons almost.
Yeah.
Make separate material.
Yeah.
Then put your pieces on it, and then
Or
cut it out.
rectangles and squares, just make larger pieces of fabric.
Yes, just make larger pieces of fabric. I mean, even here, because they're together, you can cut these big borders, so you could sort of cut something out there anyway if you didn't want to even sew bits together.
I just think that would look utterly charming.
It would.
So much fun. Love all the different prints. Let's just have a little closer look at some of the prints that are featured here. Because again, it's not just colour confidence that lots of us lack. It's also knowing how to mix prints of different scale and type.
Yeah.
And you've got stripes here. You've got little abstract dots, florals. You've got more modern textures, larger scale.
I like the little swirls.
That's
on that.
cute.
And then you've got sort of like very vintagey style as well in it, haven't you? Like the little tiny flowers.
Exactly. And I think, you know, it's one of those things, it's the kind of skill you pick up over time, but with this, it's done for you. Now, over a quarter of the stock's already gone.
You have a nice little handmade label
that's cute.
in the middle there as well, so you can sew that on the back of your cushion or quilt when you made it.
Love that. Love that. Handmade by Sandi.
That's right.
I've got one more colourway to share with you. And this is the black and white.
Black and white.
Black and white. The grayscale. Oh, now that's really cool.
I like this one.
That's really cool. Hand quilted in pink.
Yes. Oh, like a Tula pink.
Yes.
Colour.
Yes.
Cerise pink. Yeah.
Absolutely. Or even a variegated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
lovely.
fab.
Or a deep purple.
Oh, that'd be nice. I like that. Now, you're getting the panel here, $16.99. You're also getting a 1 metre piece of our black solid. Now, we know how popular that is. We had this as well for
know,
our
this
stained
morning,
glass.
yes.
Yeah, and that's sold out.
You can never have enough in your stash, can you?
Totally
Black,
agree with
so
you.
to have
Totally
an
agree.
extra metre. Because you
Yep.
could put something else on the back as a cushion.
Yeah, you could.
And then keep your stash of that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Because if
gorgeous.
you've done bright pink here, you could put pink backing
Oh,
on it.
I like
couldn't
the
you?
idea there, yeah.
Put a nice cerise plain on the
Yeah,
back of it.
that's a really nice idea. The bundles are super popular, absolutely well done if you've managed to get yours. Now, a third of the stock of the brand new book from Jen Kingwell, Quilt Lovely, have sold through. It should be $23.99. The price you paid today is $19.99. It's under £20. Let's have another little flick, Sandi. Oh, what's next on your list of things to make? You've made the clam bake.
Yes. Oh, right. I'm definitely going to make the one that we saw that we said we'd make the ties with.
Oh,
This
beautiful.
one. The simplicity of it is lovely. And again, it's a real sort of basic pattern, yet you could sort of, you could take that to the next level as well.
Yeah, you
couldn't
could. What I liked about that one, Sandy, is that there are actually 2 sets of instructions to make
Yes.
this. One that's completely hand-pieced with English paper piecing, and there's also a machine-pieced
That's right.
version which simplifies the construction.
So if you're in a hurry and you want to make something quicker, go on the machine one. Or if you don't like hand sewing, but if you really enjoy hand sewing, because when I go to the van, when I'm in my van, I always take sewing with me. So hand sewing for me is great. So I often take some hand sewing with me. So something like this, I can cut it out before I go. All you need then is a small bag with this in it. Don't tell Andrew I said small bag, will you? With a small bag with this in it.
Yeah,
and
right.
then a bigger bag with all the other bits in that you need as well. But you could, if you're going away, and you could just take that with you and then come back from holidays with a lovely cushion.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's
Or even
gorgeous.
make more and you've got a quilt by the time you come back home.
Yeah, you could so easily extend that and make a quilt, lap, wall, bed quilt.
Yes.
It's gorgeous. But as I say, you get instructions for hand or machine piecing, and they're different construction methods. In the hand pieced, it is these sort of tile shapes and squares. In the machine pieced version, they're flippy corners.
That's right, yes, yeah. And I can also see shirts made out of that as well.
Oh, made out of shirts would
Yes.
be wonderful.
I had an eye on your shirt, didn't I? I
Yes,
thought,
you
yes.
did. Yes, you did.
If he's got no shirt on in the last hour, you know that I've taken it.
Perish the thought. Perish the thought. For me, this is the one I'm going to be making first out of this book, Wheel of Fortune. I just think it's fantastic.
And it's a lovely way that she's made it. It's probably a bit more advanced, would you say? But there's the way they sort of layer it up and sew it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you know, stitch and flip on a foundation, which is very simple. And then it's just that curved piecing. Now, personally, what I think I would do with this is actually piece it on freezer paper
Yes.
rather than regular paper, then turn the curved edges back onto, so the
Brilliant.
seam
Yes,
lines onto
yes,
it,
yeah.
then have a background of grey linen and actually applique, just top stitch both rather than piece it.
I like that idea because I think she was saying that you have to be careful with what material you use on this one as well. Because she said she'd used one and then she had to change it for a different material. So doing it your way, you could probably do it on any
Anything.
material, couldn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
So there's another one that I think you just said with this
Yeah.
one you do something slightly different. So there's lots of ways that you could take it and change the way you actually make it as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm never too keen on when people say, is it a beginner one? Is it...
No, I
Because I
agree.
always say, give it a go.
Yeah.
You know, just give it a go.
That's right. I mean, the thing is, like this quilt here, which is called Daisy Do, this one. Now, I did say, well, this is quite an advanced quilt, but actually, you're hand piecing this and you can learn the skills to do EPP in about half an hour.
Yes.
And within a couple of hours, you're an expert.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's just, the only reason why I say it's advanced is because of the commitment of hand sewing a quilt.
Which is hard.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it's not
Yeah.
an easy task that you
No.
take on, but if you love hand sewing, then it's a joy to do, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because I know people that hate hand sewing and I know people that love hand sewing. I do like both. Do you like both?
I do. I mean, I don't do a lot of hand
Hand sewing.
sewing because most of the time I'm trying to make things
Quickly. Yes, yeah.
But given the choice, I do love a bit of hand sewing. I love hand applique.
Yes.
Really love hand
I think
applique.
when I was on the show, maybe the last time I was doing a quilt, and I said, oh, you could chain piece this to make it quicker. And then I realised I'm making things quickly because obviously you're getting samples for a show and things, whereas a lot of people are making it for the joy of making it, which is lovely.
Absolutely.
And you don't have a time limit on it.
No.
So then you can sit down with your hand sewing and spend as long as you want to, because there's no deadline for you, is there? If it takes you a year to do it,
Exactly.
doesn't matter unless it's somebody's birthday or something that you promised to make it for. Then
Exactly.
there really isn't that.
Well, the good
the
thing
rush
about
is there.
birthdays is you get one every year.
Yeah.
So if it's not this birthday, it might be next or the one
That's
after
fine.
that.
And Christmas come every year as well. doesn't
Yes,
it?
I
So,
know a
yeah,
few
that's
children who've got their baby quilt for their graduation.
They'd still love it, I'm sure.
I was just going to say, although Jen Kingwell's style is very eclectic, very scrappy, a bit of a nod to the past, any of these quilts could be made using a range of fabrics. So, for example, this one here for the boys, I could so imagine that done in Anna Maria Horner fabrics or Kaif.
Oh,
or,
I can see cave, definitely.
or French General.
Yes.
With a lovely calm neutral and then just lovely florals picked out in each of the blocks.
Even William Morris with some lovely plain borders on
Now
that
you're
would look
talking.
lovely, wouldn't it?
Talking my language
There's
there.
another one I liked as well in here. I think it, and again, it was very old-fashioned. This one,
Oh, yes, it's lovely.
which I think she'd done from an old-fashioned quilt.
Yes.
And it just, to me, seems very small cottage, if you sort of
Yeah.
want that sort of vibe in your house, which I think
Gorgeous.
is lovely if you've got like wooden furniture around, and I can just sort of really see it in that. It's
And the interesting
lovely.
thing with something like this is you say, well, what level of quilter do I need to be? Well, this is squares sewn together. So this is beginner level. This is beginner level. You know, there's some applique. If you do needle turned, then it's fairly skillful. If you do bondweb and stitch round, it's beginner level.
Because I think she said she does an easy way of doing the applique on it, and she's just done some, like big hand quilting stitches on it to hold it. So absolutely, but you could spend hours sort of needle turning that as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And I think it just looks so lovely.
It does. It's a gorgeous book. It's lovely.
It's lovely.
It's really lovely. It should be $23.99. Today you're paying $19.99. Grab your copy while you can.
I mean, that's
Now-
just over £1 a pack.
Brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, one of the things that you thought was absolutely essential for this book, and
Yes.
couldn't agree more, is template plastic. I talked about it earlier for fussy cutting as well. It's an absolute boon. You get 2 A4 sheets of template plastic, very easy to see through and trace through. Easy to cut?
Easy to cut as well, yes.
How do you cut yours?
Not with dressmaking scissors.
No, fair enough.
Just with ordinary.
Your paper
Yes,
scissors.
paper
Or a
scissors.
rotary cutter.
Yeah. Well,
I
no, I
rotary
didn't try a
cut.
rotary cutter, but I did use ordinary scissors, and it was fine.
If it's straight lines like a diamond, I'd just rotary cut it.
There's something I wasn't quite sure about, which you may know, because there's a plain side to it, and then there's a rougher side to it. Which side would you draw on?
I think I'd draw on the smooth, and I think the rough side on fabric would grip.
Well, that's what I did, thinking logic, that's what I thought about, but I thought I'd ask you because it doesn't say, so I thought it might be something worth sort of saying
I think
which
that's a
side you would put.
good thing to point
Yes.
out. The other thing you might actually invest in is a can of Eau de 404 spray, because then you can spritz the wrong side and it will really grip your fabrics.
That's a really good idea. I like that.
So we like
Which I thought
that.
too.
$2.99.
Could you use your little 505 glue
Yeah, you could.
to put on it? To
You
sit
could,
It down?
you
Would
could.
it make the fabric too sticky?
I
or-
think you wouldn't need to
Need
go
to-
that far.
just more the spray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd use this for your English paper piecing. Yeah, in a heartbeat.
I've used that, well, similar to that, and that's great. And you could use that for zips as well.
You can.
You know, instead of quilter's tape, you could put that
Yeah.
on. It's getting a lot of things that I see now, people are putting the glue on for the
Yeah.
zips.
Now,
instead.
another thing which you love,
Yes.
the magic seam marker.
Yes.
What is this?
Brilliant. I've got one open.
Great.
If you want. Let me just go back to my desk and I'll bring it over for you. Shall I bring all this over? And
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can play.
Oh, you don't travel light, do you?
So the light box, these ones are brilliant. So I put the templates down on it. I've got templates, so I won't take the ones
Oh,
out.
she's
of
off.
I'm off again.
Gone again.
There we go. I'm back. So that was the clam bake one, which I cut out. It seemed a shame to cut them out, really, and I did photocopy them in the end, but you can cut them out or you can leave them and just photocopy them. Then you've got your template plastic and just pop it over the top. So if we do the big clam here and use a pen.
And you want something like a Sharpie for this,
Yes,
don't
yeah.
you? Don't try and
possibly a bit-
use a friction pen.
And probably something a little bit thinner as well. I'm doing this so you can see it. Oops, gosh, my lines are terrible now today.
Well, I always say I can cut a smoother curve than I can draw.
I did one quite well when I was doing it before, and then you come on and it's...
Awesome.
Go. Then we need to cut it out. I think I've got a pair of ordinary scissors in my little bag. Okay. These aren't dressmaking scissors.
No,
They're
not
gone.
dressmakers. This is why we often have, you know, really economical scissors, and they're perfect for jobs like this.
And just keep a ribbon on it or something, so you know those aren't the ones that you're using for your dressmaking.
My other top tip for templates is to grab yourself an emery board, and if you've got any slightly rough sides or, you know, it's not as the smoothest curve in the world, you can get your emery board and just gently stroke it along just to smooth out.
I like that idea.
It's so difficult to try and smooth out a curve with a pair of scissors.
Oh,
the
gosh,
template just gets smaller and smaller.
I've always got an emery board in my little tools, because I use it sometimes when I'm doing eyes. They've often got like a little dot on it at the side, and I use it to smooth those out with as well. So there we go, so I've got that.
So you've got your template cut out.
On the light box. So you don't need a light box because the templates are quite good, and if you can't see them, I'd just go around the lines a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
And you've got this. So I've got a mat. Let's have a go into here. Now, sometimes she gives some really handy tips in the book as well, and said put it on a sandpaper.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, you can get the books.
Well, I
which
mean,
we
our
do
multi-board's
sell.
brilliant for that.
So, because I've got one at home, and they were really good. So if you put your material down, which I've got here. Now, it does say do it on the wrong side, but it's easier to actually see what I'm doing on this side. So you put your template down, and I would go round it in a pen first. So I'm just going to go round.
So is that something like a friction pen?
It is, yes. But just be careful, because if you want to iron your seams, you're going to lose, because this is actually your sewing stitch.
Got you.
So I sort of waited and ironed them all afterwards. But if I did go over it with an iron by mistake, then you can always put this back onto your template and just go round it again. So it's not a big problem. So then this is lovely. So you put it down, and I think again, if this was on a more stable, you could always put a little bit of tape on it onto your board, or if you've got a bit of sandpaper or something like that, put it on. Then you get your little wheel and you put it on. Now I've got just like the retractable pencil, and I was using a lovely fine ink pen, which I left at home this morning, but this one works just as well. And you put it along. It's not going to work for me now. Why is it when you say something's really easy, then you come to do it on telly and it's like,
you
look like you've
yourself.
got no fingers, no thumbs, and it's... so you want to pop it in and then just literally...
There
you see it there?
Yes.
Yep. Just slide it along.
And it keeps you that even distance.
All the way.
They're very useful for dressmakers
and
as well.
I would then go back, and I found it easier to then just go round that corner.
Oh gosh, look
There
at
you
that
go.
as well. That
Look
is
at that.
so slick.
Yeah. And come down here.
Yeah.
And just take your time and just sort of go around it, and then you can go round the bottom. And if
Brill.
it comes off, just put it back on,
Yeah.
and then just go back up here,
Yeah.
and then round that corner as well. There you go.
That's
And
very
then you've
cool.
got your line all the way around, and then you just cut that out.
You cut that out.
Yes.
Really, really cool.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, really
And
cool.
it's handy for all sorts, because obviously a lot of these templates don't come without your 1/4 inch. So trying to do it with a ruler, especially on a curve, if you've got a square, you can use a ruler, and a lot of people have got like the 1/4 inch rulers, which are great. But if you're trying to do curves, it's almost impossible to get it straight. You'd be sort of like measuring every sort of 1/4 of an inch to sort of make that curve, really. So these, I mean, they're so good. And what price are they? We've got
99p. Yeah, they are. They're absolutely brilliant.
I would get another couple in case you lose them, because they're just to keep in your little box. They're just, and you need something like a retractable pen, because it's quite a small hole.
Yes.
So putting something like this through,
It doesn't
really work.
So a propeller pencil.
And I did have a felt tip that had a really fine nib on it, and it went through beautifully, so you can see on mine. And it doesn't matter if it's a permanent mark around the outside, because you're cutting on that, and then you're folding it under anyway, so you don't see it. And then make sure this one isn't permanent on the inside. But if you do need, so when you've cut that out, you know that that's a 1/4 of an inch. You can line this up again inside, so it's quite nice when you've sewn things together. When we're sewing sort of like the 3 together, I then lined that up and put your template inside, and then you could draw around it so you got your 1/4 inch seam on it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Now, Sandi, I'm going to let you go and get ready for your next demo.
Okay. Right, I'll go over.
And I'm just going to remind you about the bundles that we have and the fabulous book from Jen Kingwell. Let's start with the eclectic mix. That's the one that's right here. There's only 9 of the bundle left. It's been super popular. Now, this is a fabric bundle, so you're not getting your pattern, you're not getting your book. This is your fabric bundle. You get 1 metre of white fabric. That's for the border and for the backing of your cushion. You're also getting this amazing panel. I can't believe you're getting all of this for $16.99. All of these beautiful fabrics. I think it's a great learning tool, actually, to teach colour confidence and how to mix scale and pattern together, because they're very eclectic. The mix is very eclectic. It works brilliantly, and once you've done it with a panel like this, you'll feel much more confident to do it with your own scraps, and that's the holy grail. Now, twice as many of these in baskets than we have available, so please be quick. All right, next up, the world's favourite colour. Is it yours? What's your favourite colour, Sandy?
I think I like cerise.
Oh, yummy, gorgeous. Cerise.
Yes.
You're so sophisticated.
It is.
What about you? What's your favourite colour?
What's your favourite? Oh, yours is rainbow, isn't it?
Well, I said that once.
Yes, and everybody says it.
Reminds me of Everton. Well,
If
yes.
you had to choose one colour, though, what would you choose?
To wear blue.
Yes.
If I had to wear the same colour for the rest of my life, it would be blue, and it often is. But in my quilts, I use orange and orange-like, so rust, chestnut, orange, those sorts of colours in my quilt making.
See, I like black because you can add lots of colours to make it really pop, can't you, as well?
You really can. You really can.
Sophisticated and chic with maybe just a hint of something, or
Yes.
just add it as a border, and I think black is...
That's a different question in a way, isn't it? What's your favourite neutral?
Neutral, yes.
And I think I'd agree, black.
Yes.
Interesting. The blue is gorgeous. This is the blue panel and the blue metre. So you get a metre of Copen blue, which is the perfect blue to go with this panel. Absolutely perfect. And then you get all those different prints, different scales, different sizes of piece, depending on whether you're going to use it for the large arc, the medium or the small within your clamshell, or whether you're going to use this to do something like borrow, patchwork.
Yeah. You could do sashiko on that as well, couldn't
Sashiko would be amazing. You could cut out hexagons. You could do half square triangles. You've just got a lovely mix. And then, half the stock of that's gone. Derek says purple and black. So purple is the colour and black is the neutral for him.
Lovely. I
Like
love
that.
those, yes.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
look
I'm with you on
amazing
that one.
together, of course.
Yes.
And then the last mix is the grey, the silvers, the greys, the charcoals with black solid. So there's your black solid. You get a metre of that. And then you also get your panel. Again, this is all those grayscale prints, which again I think is a really good lesson in value.
Yeah.
The relative lightness or darkness of a fabric. And of course, when all the colour's taken out, you really can see the print. It's really, I'd love to see that made up.
That's what I'm demoing.
Oh, brilliant.
Because I like that one, and I think with the black on it as well, I would use, the black for the border, obviously, and the back would just look lovely with it.
Yeah.
And I would actually cut the odd clamshell out in black to add into it. So you had the grey, and then you would have maybe one full one and maybe just a half one.
I like
just
that.
as a little focal point.
And of course, you could go in there and do maybe some sashiko stitching on the black that would really pop.
It would look lovely.
Gorgeous. Talking of sashiko, I have got a pack of sashiko threads. These are Orifil. You can machine sew with these. You can machine sew and hand sew with these. You've got your white, you've got your blue, so both super useful. And then some of these you could use with the eclectic mix, couldn't you? I'd use that for the blue, that for the black and white, and use some of these in the eclectic mix.
I'd use the orange with the black and white.
Oh, this one, the variegated,
No,
or
I'd
this one.
I'd use a strong orange.
That one.
Yes.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Great value as well. When you work out the price per 100 metres, the value is amazing. $54.99 for that. Right.
If you put the odd black clam in and used the bright orange just on the black, and then maybe use the variegated on the other one, so it was sort of like more muted.
Blend, yeah.
But then the black one would really pop with that orange on it.
I love that idea. You are clever. Last up then, the book, brand new today, Quilt Lovely. Quilt Lovely. Quilt Lovely from Jen Kingwell. Amazing designer. She has a quilt shop in Melbourne.
Oh.
So if you're ever visiting,
I'm ever visiting.
you won't see Jen there. Actually, at the no, she lives, I think it's Abu Dhabi.
Really?
Yeah, I think her husband works in Abu Dhabi, and so she lives there at the moment.
So it's
and
a
then I think
long
it's
way
her
for her to go to-
daughter that runs the shop in Melbourne.
Because it's a long way for her to go, isn't
It's
it?
quite a big commute.
It is, really,
Yeah,
every
I think
morning.
it's a long way from
I know.
Cardiff,
Yes.
Sandy.
When I get up at 3, I'm
3
thinking,
a.m.
yeah, she'd have to be getting up sort of 3 days before, wouldn't she, to get there? I think, yeah.
Absolutely. But an absolutely gorgeous book. 15 projects. However, some of them are cushions and you could make them into quilts. Some of them are quilts which you could make into cushions. So, I mean, really, how many projects are there? How long's a piece of string?
And you
Do
could
it
mix
your own
and
way.
match some of those as well,
That's a
I would
nice
say.
idea.
You know, sort of make a block in the middle of something like the clamshells and then make something from the other blocks around it. So you can make a bigger quilt or
Like
get,
a
you know, maybe with the
medallion.
pillows. Yes, definitely.
Love that idea.
A whole mixture of them, couldn't you, together?
Could you do that for me for next week?
No problem.
Great, thank you. Sandy, you're
For
an
you,
angel.
anything.
No. Sandy, would you show me how to piece clamshells?
I will, yes.
Thank you so much.
So first of all, when you get your panel, if you're doing the panel, get your panel, and then it's really nice because everyone says, say, T36, which is your template 36. So you've got 36, 37, so you've got them all in. So I just cut it out, or in fact, Andrew cut them out. I can't say
Very
I cut
good,
them out.
thank
He
you,
was very
Andrew.
good, yeah. In sort of like the panels that you'd need. So you've got them all there. Then you can easily, because I didn't cut them all up individually to put them on. So and then you would put your plastic template on each one of there. So you'd take this out, you put your plastic template that you had. So I've got all those together in here, all labelled. You'd put it on, then you'd draw your 1/4 inch seam allowance on it. Then I would cut them out. And then I pin them all together with what template they are. So you've got them. So it's a bit like quilting, well, you know, making an ordinary quilt. You've sort of got them all and you'd label them all out. So then when you've got them, you've got the 3 clamshells that go together to make the one. So I've got my seam allowance in there, so I've taken the bigger one. And again, I'd lay them all out and see what colours you like. And then it's lovely to put them all together. So again, that's confidence in, some people say, oh, flowers wouldn't go with a squiggle. But they do.
They do.
And so if you sort of look at them all, so I've got a paler one, then a bit darker in the middle, and then that's got a darker flower on it, and I've got a rainbow of flower and a sort of shield shape on it as well. So we've got this, so you want to bend it over and find the middle. So you want to find the middle at the bottom.
I think sometimes having your hand forced is actually the best thing that can happen.
Yeah.
Because when you've got, if we've got the choice, we'll always keep choosing the same things, won't we?
Oh, yes. Which it's nice to get out of your comfort zone sometimes as well. Because I think sometimes here they'll say, oh, will you make something with this material? And you think, oh, it wouldn't be my choice of material, but oh, I could make this with it. And actually, it looks lovely. And why haven't I chosen this before?
That's right. That's right. I love the saying, if you keep doing what you're doing, you'll keep getting what you've got. And if you
Very
want to
good,
move
yes,
on and
yes.
progress, you've got to start making different choices. Sometimes you need that forced on you. Here's a charm pack, use every square.
Yes.
Here's a panel, use everything.
Yes.
You can learn so much.
Oh, you really can, yes. And I think then that's when your creativity comes out as well, because you look at something and sometimes you look at it in a completely different way than you think you would. Because, as you said, if you've got the same material, you'll tend to make the same things because you think, oh, that's a nice tote bag, that's a nice tote bag, and you're looking at material for that. But when somebody throws you something else, you might think, oh, that's not going to make a nice tote bag. But, oh, I think I know what I could make with this. It'll make a lovely block on a quilt or something. And it really sort of will make you, give your creativity as well. And I think people are scared of colours.
Yes.
Sometimes when I do my courses, sometimes people go, well, does this go with, because we do the scrappy courses, and they'll say, well, does this one go with this? I'll say, I think it does. Or I'll say, well, why don't you try that with it? And they go, oh, I don't know if I'd put that with it. I say, well, try it. And they go, oh, actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And they want to ask you, should they do it?
Yes.
And you sort of like go, well, put those two together and see what you think. And it
Right.
hopefully helps them think, oh, actually, I can put those colours together because they work.
Yeah.
Because people will send me things with all sorts of different colours and they go, I'm sorry, nothing matches. But when you send it back to them, they go, how did you make that match? Because you can, if you add bits into it, you can always make things go together, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think any colours don't go together. If you
Agreed.
put things with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
So anyway, enough of that. So I've folded it, I've got the corner here. So I'm going to pin these, which is something I don't very often do. But I find pinning these is better. So put the right sides together and the two little dots. And then I've got some of the magic pins, the very small ones.
Just watch your head slightly for me, Sandy.
Oh.
Thank you.
Back a bit, there we go.
No, push your fabric forward a little bit or something like that. Just your fabric.
So all my roots.
That's it. Lovely. Thank you.
So then I want to put it into the sewing seam line and just go through and check. And then I'll go to the outer side. Now, when you're sewing, you sew to the seam, not to the outer edge, because when you're sewing them up, you'll need that bit to sew on. So a lot of people, when they're sewing, they sew right to the end of the piece. You don't. You just sew up to the seam.
Got you. I got you. Right, okay. Noted.
Right. So then I'm going to put the pin into the corner there, and I'm going to find the corner here. And I like what she said in the book as well, because she said with curves, you've always got a bit of give because it's cut on the bias with your curve. So she said, you just make it fit, which is true.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I think, are scared of sewing curves because you look at it and think, how does that fit into there?
Yes.
So if you do it like this way, it's easy. So then we get another little pin and go into the other corner and then go into the corner up here. So you know you've got your seam allowances there. We're going to
Of course, as well, I'm just thinking if you wanted to, you could make paper templates of your 3 shapes as you would English paper piecing.
Yes.
You could use your ODIF glue stick to glue baste your 3 arcs to paper, and then you could English paper piece them together, not the back-to-back sewing method, but the flat back seam where you go between the two. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. $6.99 for your ODIF, by the way. It's brand new today. It isn't $6.99 today at all, Stuart. It's $5.99 because it's an early bird. It's a launch price. Regular price will be $6.99. Hundreds of you have got this to try. Have you tried this?
No, I've not tried that
Make
one. I
sure you
think
get
I'm
one
going
while
to,
you're
yes.
here.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I will.
fab.
And at that price as well, it's ideal. So just go round, and as she said, just make it fit. And she does say you can machine sew this, but I think it's a little bit too fiddly to machine sew. So I would much rather hand sew.
Yeah. I think this is a lovely project to hand sew.
Because a lot of people like to sew when they're just sat watching telly and things like that.
Yeah.
And it's something you could easily do.
It's a bit more sociable, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Even if your sociability is about, you know, wanting to be able to watch TV,
Yes.
you can't really concentrate on that when you're sitting behind a machine.
No,
I
no,
couldn't.
I couldn't either. But I'll sit and hand sew or knit or something, because you can knit watching telly and things like that. Now, I do it...
Or unless I'm counting,
Oh, yes.
Sandy, then everyone has to be quiet.
Yes, that's right. Yes, Andrew always knows if I'm counting, because he'll say something, I go...
17,
That's right,
18.
yeah. Yes, or just start talking loudly if you're counting. That's right. I know. Yeah. Yes. Do you know what the weather's going to be like? 20, 22. Right. So then I tended to start in the middle and sewed out to one side.
okay.
And then turned it over
Yep.
and went from the middle to the outside so that it sort of stretches out, rather than sometimes as you're sewing it can sort of move along a bit,
you.
whereas it's easier, I think, to start from the middle. So I went from the middle, so you find your middle point
Yep.
and go in. And I've just used an ordinary 50 weight thread.
Yep.
You can use slightly different one, but the 50 weight double is fine, and a needle. And then I just do a very tiny back stitch. In the book, she tells you to do a running stitch with a little back stitch every inch. But I've always sort of done a back stitch, so I find it just easier to just do a little back stitch. So that's... And again, I was telling somebody to back stitch the other day and they didn't know how to do it, because you automatically think people know, don't you? But they don't if they've never done it. So literally, it's not a running stitch. You'll take your needle out, then you're going back in. I don't know if you can see that. Into it. And then just make sure you're still on the seam line at the back, and then come back through again. And just take tiny, so you're almost mimicking your sewing machine in a way. So again, then just go back, and then I just pull my needle through forwards. Just watch all your pins. And if you think you're just running out of material, if you do stretch it a bit, you're fine. And then afterwards, I will trim the curves sometimes. I'll just notch into them to just make them lie a little bit flatter.
Got you. So I suppose moving forward, what you do is you make your whole clamshell out of your 3 parts.
Clamshells.
And make a bunch of those.
Yeah, so I think there's 18 different ones that you make up, so you've got 18. With this one, I was running out of time a little bit, so I did use a few full ones, and I've also put a grey one in there just to see if anybody
though. I'll just show you.
Can notice it. So, so there's a few little different ones that I put in.
So a few plain ones mixed in.
Yes.
And then also I noticed like here and here, you've included the seam.
Yes, of the 2 lots of material. So you've got
really
2
like
lots
that.
in one for this. So instead of having a whole clamshell, you've got it a different side as well. And then you start off. Can I come over this way?
Of course.
So then sew it. Once you've got all your clamshells done, you start in the corner. So you'd start with the half one here, and you would add this one onto it. So again, you would find the middle point, and you sew that on in exactly the same way as we've sewn the clamshells together. Then you'd move up or move out, so you'd do this one and this one. And then again, when you get to the seam, you'd go through the joins, if you know what I mean. It doesn't explain in the book. So because you've left that bit at the end, you don't sort of overstitch the seam. You'd go through it and do like a little back stitch either side of the seam, so it sort of butts up together.
I've got you.
And then, and you just carry on. So you go up and you work sort of sideways, so not across. You're sort of tending to go up that way. And you can make it bigger if you want, if you've added a few more on. Then I've added H640 on the back of it. You also put a border on it, so you've got about a 2.5-inch border on it, which is very easy. Just sew it down, and then I just did a little line of stitching round it to just add that on and to keep all the H640 together. And then you can quilt it in whichever way you want. And I just did almost like a little bit of sashiko just on some of the 3 clamshells going up, and just did that.
I love that extra detail. It's beautiful.
I mean, you could
now,
do
I've less than 20 books available. It's flying out. It's flying out.
They
It's
are
a
worth
gorgeous
it.
book.
They're such good value. It really is.
I mean, Jen Kingwell has done some amazing, like, standalone patterns that are absolute sort of already classics amongst quilters. You know, some beautiful, beautiful standalone quilts. But this is a whole collection of 15 patterns in one book.
And as we said, you could make more than 15 patterns out of that, couldn't you?
Totally,
Yes.
absolutely. Every quilt could be a cushion. Every cushion could be a quilt. Yeah.
And then mix and match them as well.
Lovely to do a bit of hand sewing. Particularly, I would say, Sandi, if one was going on a cruise.
Definitely, yes. That's a good idea. I wonder if anybody's going on a cruise. I'm not going on a cruise, I'm going on an Atlantic crossing.
An Atlantic crossing, but that sounds even more glamorous.
Oh, it does, doesn't it, really?
That sounds like dinner with the captain.
I know, yes. I've got my 20s dress with me, my
I
my
bet you
flapper
don't
girl
pack
dress.
light
I
either,
don't,
do you?
No.
Close shoes for every eventuality.
Absolutely. How did you guess?
Gorgeous.
Yes.
I just think your life sounds so glamorous. Apart from getting up at 3 a.m.
In the morning, I know, yes. Even that's glamorous.
Yeah.
It's
Is
because you're
it?
coming down here to see you, so it's
Is that what you thought when the alarm went off
Yeah,
this
I thought,
morning?
I'm going to see Stuart. This is
That's glamorous. You're fooling no one, but we
Am I not?
adore you. Oh, it's a gorgeous project, Sandi. Thank you for explaining that. Really, actually, very simple skills, very basic skills, but not a basic final project. Absolutely glorious. So, this book, Quilt Lovely.
Quilt Lovely.
By Jen. Sorry, Jen.
Sorry, John, no, poor Jen.
Quilt Lovely.
Love it. And I can't.
Single figures left. Do check out your basket. We had some people this morning who had their products disappear from their basket.
Because you can pop it in your basket and you hang around, and I must admit I've done that occasionally as well. Popped it in, thought I'll come back for that in a minute, and it's gone.
There's that
I
amazing
love
stripy
that,
binding.
Yes,
Striped fabric.
So with this, would that be striped fabric? I suppose if you wanted to, you could do black and white yourself, couldn't you?
I mean, I wouldn't piece it myself.
No. I'd hand sew it all.
Life's too short. No.
You wouldn't hand sew all the little squares, no. Okay, just a thought. I do like this for all your scraps.
Amazing.
I think that's fabulous to use all your scraps up with.
It is absolutely gorgeous. There's so much in this book I want to make, Sandi.
I know. I'm going to make that one as well.
Oh, that is glorious. Yes. And also, having been in lots of quilt shops in Australia.
Oh, yes, because you go to Australia a bit.
I do. And there's lots and I see lots of quilts in there that I think, oh, this is amazing. This is so different to anything I've seen. This is what you're getting in this book. There's a different aesthetic, a different style.
Yes. But I think people do have, because you've got your own quilt style, because you've got beautiful, you made beautiful quilts, you really do. And they're stunning. And I think looking at different people's quilts, you can get your own style then by mix and matching.
I agree.
I think they just give that vintage feel to them, don't they? I love that sort of vintage feel. You feel like you could go to a brocante in France and find something like this.
Absolutely.
Which I was watching, did you watch Dick and Angel on telly?
Yes.
And they'd gone round France and places that we'd been to, so we were watching them, and she was picking up table linen and dyeing it. Now that you could do things like that and then make a quilt out of it, and it looks so vintage. It looked beautiful.
Love the idea of that. Love the idea. I love the idea of giving things new life.
Yes.
Yeah. I was saying yesterday, I'd seen a post, an amazing guy who does dressmaking clothes, and he had used an hand embroidered, like 1930s hand embroidered tablecloth, which he'd bought at a thrift store or something like that for a few pounds, and he made the most incredible men's shirt, featuring the hand embroidery around the collar, down the front, exactly across the back. But I was amazed. There were so many negative comments for this video about, you know, you should be using that on a table and it's awful, you cut up someone's work. But that was sitting in a cupboard somewhere for probably decades. Yeah. He'd given it new life.
Oh, I think it's
lovely amazing
to do that. Yes.
Who uses a hand-embroidered tablecloth?
I was just going to say, I mean, I've got some that my nana hand-embroidered, and they're just sat there. And when I look at things like that, I often think, I should do something with those, because I never use them.
No.
And then you've got them in a cupboard somewhere, which you never use, do you? So
and I think, like, if you made a peasant blouse or something like that,
beautiful,
out of it, you'd wear it. You know, you'd go to a garden party,
and people go, "I love that."
Yeah. You'd take pictures. You'd have those. That would be keeping.
And that's keeping memories alive as well, isn't it?
Alive.
Yes. No, I think it's lovely.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think I would definitely do something like that.
Far too many of these books in baskets now. We haven't got the stock. Use the break to check out. Sandi, amazing. I'm going to see you in an hour.
I know.
You're not going anywhere.
No, I'm not. See you soon.
I'll see you after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Eval Mamm. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but My favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought you were never coming back. Did you make yourself a cup of tea? Sandy's making me one. Now, this hour is cushions for your home, but we've also got some other really lovely items as well. Lots of lovely, lovely projects from some of our most loved designers. We're going to start with Amber Makes. Oh, this one. Is it the... Yes, this is gorgeous. Look at that. Love it. You make a pair. Yeah, you get the panel and it makes a pair. And it's got a zip in it. Okay. And the backing is absolutely gorgeous as well. That is, I don't even know which side I'd want to display it on. Both probably. So here you go. You get your full instructions. And you get your panel as well, and it's to make two different. So one of your cushions has this gorgeous sort of almost thistle design, and then your other one in the pair is Strawberry Thief. That's fantastic for £24.99. Your full instructions, by the way, also have a full tutorial video on them. So if you've never made a cushion before, you've never done homewares, it's an absolutely brilliant way of doing it. Learn along with Amber Makes, our very own Bex Reed. Everything is gone through step by step. You've also, look, got a whole double page of terms and techniques. That's going the extra mile. It really demystifies the whole process. Yeah, that is gorgeous, and I love the colours in this. This is one side of the Strawberry Thief cushion. This is the other, and because you're using a zip along the bottom, there's no kind of crossover, there's no break in the design, but it's also really easy to do. Now, on the thistle cushion, there's actually enough fabric there to do an envelope back, so you can learn two different techniques. That's really clever, really clever. Now you've also got 6 little extra squares. These are some of them here. You can see this little one that you could use to make, I don't know, pin cushions. That'd be fun. Yeah, beautiful. Third of that stock's in baskets. Would you like to see the whole panel? I think it would be fun to see the whole panel. I mean, we just love William Morris. There we go. Look, there's your Strawberry Thief. And there's your backing. You've got your... Oh, there's your envelope back for your second cushion. So a zip in one, envelope back in the other. There's the front of that cushion. And then look, you've got these 6 extras. Actually, do you know what I would do with those? I would make a set of 6 coasters. I would get some Copen blue, 1/2 metre, some Thermolam, and I would use that to make 6 coasters, just turned through, slip stitch the back, and then you've got a set of coasters and 2 cushions. What a lovely way to freshen up the sofa. Yeah, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. That's our first project from Amber Makes. Beautiful, thank you, Dan. And here's our second one. Now, this is beautiful. Oh, same principle. Much, much lower stock available on this. If you want the sewing themed, you'll need to be super quick. Look, here are the projects. You get the big cushion with the old-fashioned sewing machine. This is exactly what my mum had when I was a child growing up. The treadle, the singer, the gold paint, the wheel that she used to turn by hand. Lovely. And then you've got this wreath of peonies and grape hyacinths, bit of eucalyptus in there as well, I think. Isn't that pretty? And then look at the back. You've got needles and pins. Gorgeous. You've got your little cotton reels, you've got your safety pins, a lovely button back. And of course, you get a video tutorial for the whole thing, 2 different cushions. I'll show you the panel. I'll show you the panel because it's so, so pretty. You get your 6 extra small squares There are your coasters, or whatever you want to do with them. I think they'd actually make really pretty pin cushions. And then your main cushion, so you've got, oh, that's lovely, with your scissors and that beautiful wreath. You've got your sewing machine. You've got your second panel with your sewing machine. So I guess you could make 2 of those. And then you've got your envelope backs. Fabulous. For $24.99. Don't forget, you get full instructions. And I think well worth keeping these terms and techniques, not just for making cushions, but even just explaining things like what's the right side of fabric, what's reverse stitching. We often talk about that. I know some people call unpicking reverse stitching, but it's really that going forwards and back at the start and end of a seam to secure it. Absolutely brilliant. Takes things right back to basics. What a good idea. All in baskets and oversubscribed, but still time to check out your basket and get that project home. Now, next up, I have got the Portuguese Tiles Charm Squares. So not a specific project here. This is inspiration, but I do have the most delicious bag hanging behind me. Wow, out of these, I love these panels. Now you could make a cushion front quite easily, 9 of those. Don't even bother cutting them out, just cut out the whole thing, back it, quilt it, and then make it up as a cushion. You've got a strip along the top. That's very inspiring. I'm thinking shoulder strap for a bag. You don't have to cut on the squares. You could cut a lovely shaped bag out of this. It could be a long rectangular cushion. It could be a circular cushion with a button right through the centre, covered button. That would be beautiful. You could use this for something like machine-stitched cathedral window, maybe with a plain deep red fabric, or white, plain white, gorgeous, and have these as your feature squares in machine-stitched or hand-stitched cathedral window. Very, very inspiring. I'm just going to grab the bag just to show you because it is absolutely beautiful. Now here, there are some plain squares. There are some which have been set on point with stitch and flip corners, and then just a simple fabric handle. I think that's a really clever idea. Beautiful. I mean, very, very inspiring. Single figures on that panel left now. If you want to grab that, be quick. Now, next up, I've got shibori style charm squares. I know I'm going to love this. Oh, yes. Oh, beautiful. I have designed fabric ranges that look like shibori. This is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Look at these. So there's no pattern with this. This is a panel for $14.99. You decide how you want to use it. Would make great patchwork. You could combine this with some solids, some hand dyes, some batiks, maybe to make something like a quilted jacket. That would be beautiful, or a kimono style. You could also use these, perhaps if you bought Jen Kingwell's book, Quilt Lovely, you could use this to create some hand-pieced or machine-pieced patchwork. You get the gold in there as well as the blues. That's rather lovely, isn't it? Also, if you wanted to just make a really, really simple table runner, just layer up the whole panel with backing and batting, quilt through the diagonals, or I think diagonals would be best, double lines, tram lines through, and then cut out and bind it. Simple as that. If you wanted to, you could round off the corners with a T-plate, before you bound it, you'd need bias binding to bind it if you did that. But don't try and cut the curve and then layer and quilt it. It'll just pull out of shape. Quilt it straight and then trim away once it's been quilted, and you'll get a perfect finish. Some people even draw the curve, sew the binding on one side so it's completely stable, and then trim away and then flip and bind the back. This would also be gorgeous for a bag, wouldn't it? Now next up, I've got a William Morris charm squares. Now I mentioned earlier about making coasters. This is, oh, it's sold out. Oh, well done if you got it. Well done you. Right, next up, this is called Natural Home. Ooh, this is different. Wow. Oh, now do you know what? I'd really enjoy using this to make something like a bag, because I think this is really cool. This is natural textures, like woven textures, jute. Oh, look, like ticking. It's almost photographic. How cool is that? That looks a bit like crochet. Oh, that's really interesting. And this also has a long strip running across the top, which could definitely make a shoulder strap. Yeah, really use all the space, don't they? That's fab. Yeah, I think definitely bag making for that. Cushions would be nice too. You've got the texture without the texture, if you know what I mean. It looks textured, but you haven't got the texture. Very cool. Also, this would make some very, very nice placemats, wouldn't it? I would probably go with 9 or even 12, do large ones. Again, layer it, quilt it, and then you could curve the outside edges, yeah? And then bind, so you had like a big sort of squoval, square oval. All right, and that would be your placemat. And with 9, I guess you've got 40 squares, so you could make 4. Yeah, you could make a set of 4. Oh, and they'd all be different. Ooh, I want to do that now. But that would look lovely, wouldn't it? 1, 2, no, 3. You haven't got 40 squares. It says 40. Oh, it's because I'm doing 12. So there's 3. Sorry, I'm not doing 9. Well, if you did 4, but then it wouldn't... Oh, I don't know. Ignore me. You could do circles. Yes. You might have to piece them together. Oh, I want more. I want 2 panels. I need 2 panels. Nice, though. Very nice. And then... Oh, my dad would love that colourway. He's not into florals. That's from Katie Merseyside. I agree. Well, yeah, I agree with you. It's not even a man-woman thing, is it? Because I like pretty florals sometimes, and then other times I really like strong, neutral, or graphic. Yeah, totally agree. It's really nice to have the choice. Now, talking of florals, this is the sewing school. No, that's my next thing. 12. Not seeing it. Yeah, we'll find it. We'll find it. Okay, let's do sewing school first. We've got doorstops. Now, I had these samples, didn't I? I've got the giraffe and I've got the elephant. Are they... Say that again. They're behind you. Ah, got them. Ellie, the elephant. There we go. Right. Ooh. Right. Giraffe, elephant. Right, yes, they're not cushions, but they would still look lovely in your home. Oh, that's very cute. These just launched, didn't they? Oh, really cute. I love the way it's sitting. Oh, that's great. Really cool. Quarter of the stock's gone already. Now, you know what I'm going to say. I'd have to make this up and then get the beads out. I'd be beading this. I'd be adding little tassels along the side, and I definitely want to put a little fringe or something off the tail. Really cute. If you bought any of the sari silk ribbons yesterday, maybe use some of those, but really, really cute. Now, inside this, you've got some pellets and some toy stuffing. I've got those. I'll show you those in just one second, but that's really cute. £17.99 gets you the panel and your full instructions for making it up, and there's a video tutorial as well. That's the elephant. We've also got the giraffe. Again, really cute. These could be doorstops. Equally, they could be as something you have on a shelf as a book. What do they call it? A book end. A book end. You could do both. 2 giraffes, one at either end. That'd be very cute. That'd be very cute. Anyway, aren't they beautifully done? I just think they're great fun. Very, very clever. The giraffe's called Georgina. Great. Now, I've also got pellets and toy stuffing. It's like the room of requirement under here. There we go. So, pellets first. So, remember, this is a kilogram in here. And if you were buying 5 of these, you'll still pay £3.95 postage for all of it, even though that's over £10 in weight. You're only going to pay £3.95 postage. Brilliant, brilliant value. That's your pellets. Now, you don't fill the whole thing with pellets. They're just in the feet. Okay? So that would do several. That would do both. The other thing that you're going to need is some toy stuffing. This is recycled. I used to be a plastic bottle. This used to be, not me. Not me. This used to be a plastic bottle. £5.99. And that, combined with the pellets, is plenty to do, I think, probably 1 of the doorstops. I think you might want 2 of these if you're going to do both, or a pair. All right? That's that. I've got the panel now, Hannah. I've got the panel. Right. Now, this was originally for a quilt. This was the Flower Shop quilt. But this is incredible value. You know, actually, I would be inclined to make my own quilt. I would. I would do something like maybe a garden maze setting, or, oh, it's really pretty. And seasonal. Oh, it's 12 months. This is lovely. Right, guess the month. There's holly, there's berries, there's pine cones. Come on. June, that's right. Well done. Christmas in July. It's Christmas, it's December. You've got chrysanthemums for November. Pumpkin. Black-eyed Susans. Very nice. That's October. August. Hydrangeas, and I don't think they're alliums, maybe pom-pom dahlias. Sunflowers for July, roses for June, of course. Sweet peas, oh no, that's June, it was July, for June. Peonies for May, tulips and narcissus for April. You've got daffodils for March, hyacinths and crocuses for February, and then snowdrops for January. I know my flowers thanks to my mum. Beautiful. That's absolutely gorgeous. They're a really good size, each panel as well, aren't they? Really good size. All of that for £19.99. And also, even though these are sort of large, rectangular, I don't think they're quite square, but you know, I might be inclined to reverse applique and create like an oval frame around them. I think that would be really lovely. And I would pick out one of these colours, but quite a soft pastel-y shade, to do a frame around and have them all different, but sort of coordinating toning. And that would make a lovely quilt. But cushion fronts for sure. Yeah, that is lovely. Now, I've got some Delphine instructions. Yeah, the honeybee quilt. Yep, just instructions on their own, £9.99 for this. You get instructions for a quilt and a cushion, and you can use either foundation piecing or traditional piecing. Yeah, traditional piecing or foundation piecing to make the bee. There it is. You can make the cushion and the quilt. 20th of May 2022. And you get the beehive, you get the flower, so you can make the little cushion, you can make the quilt, and actually you could mix and match. You could do a quilt that had the beehives and the flowers in as well. So you can really mix and match to your heart's content. That's very sweet, I like that. £9.99 for the pattern. Yeah, really nice for different age groups too. It'd be a lovely kids quilt, but it would also be just a lovely summery quilt. Or you could do the bees and the flowers in the border of a quilt. That would be pretty too. Very nice. Right, next up, Dan Morris Birdsong. Yeah, now, I didn't have time for this morning. I've got a mega bundle. It's not huge. Price is going to be fantastic. Let me show you. So this is the mega bundle, £41.95. You're getting 2 meters of fabric plus a panel, and you're getting a £5 saving. The fabrics are really pretty, romantic. You've got kind of letters, postcards, birds, butterflies, just very soft and gentle. You've also got 1/2 meter of the birds. These are vibrant. I mean, they're soft, but there's a gorgeous vibrancy to these. Love the little nest with the eggs in. That's fabric number 2. Fabric number 3 are these beautiful little vignettes of birds sitting on branches. Isn't that sweet? And then I also have 1/2 meter of the same fabric, but this time on a gorgeous, vibrant blue. Now, wait till you see the panel. This is something very, very special and very vibrant because this is digitally printed. You're getting 16 different, look at those. How beautiful are these? There's your first 4. Your second 4. All different. 12. Love that. And then your last 4. Isn't it gorgeous? The colours and the softness. It almost looks like it's been watercolour painted. Yummy. Absolutely yummy. And what's lovely as well about this is you've got enough fabric around each block that if you want to get it up to a nice even amount, you've got that space to do it. And you can also cut it out so that you can sew up to that line and get, you know, really sort of precise. You're not losing any of the design in your seam allowance. That's gorgeous. Now that's the bundle 4.5 metres plus the panel, £41.95. Now I've also got these individually. In fact, I don't have them all individually, but we do have the panel, good news, so let's start there, shall we? I'll show you again 16 beautiful images. Just going to grab a tape measure just so I can tell you the size. There we go. Right, let's have a little look. Eight inches square. 8 inches square. So, because you've got that creamy white fabric around it, you can cut out an 8.5 inch square, you know, add a 1/4 inch on all sides and cut them out. I've only got 3 of these panels left. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, now what else have I got? Yep. Yep. Right, this one I have by the 1/2 metre. Now that would be a lovely fabric to use to line a very special bag. Wouldn't that be pretty? It would also be a lovely background fabric for a scrap quilt. So as your neutral almost, you know, or your alternate, if you wanted alternate blocks in this, and then pieced blocks that used maybe like seeded natural cotton plus pastel scraps. If you've got a lot of kind of pastel-y colours in your scrap box, you know, some people have loads of bright colours in their scraps. Some people use a lot of pastels, and they're all valid, they're all useful. But that would go beautifully together. Soft lilacs, pinks, greens, grey. It's a really pretty fabric, isn't it? Now I've also got the blue background birds. I think if you've gone for the panel with the large, this one goes really beautifully with that. It's got that same gorgeous, vibrant blue. And what I think I would do is probably add just a little narrow border. I'm going to grab it and show you what I mean. I mean, you've already got sort of like a little border around the block. But I think I would be inclined to use it to sort of, do you know what I mean? To frame the blocks like this in a border. I mean, it's simple, but doesn't that look effective? £7.99 per 1/2 metre this. The panel has sold out now. Well done if you got that. Also, this would work really well as the backing if you were making cushions from the panel, or if you just want a gorgeous focal fabric, a feature fabric for a quilt or a bag project. Grab this and then look in your stash for colours that will complement. Draw them out of the design. Now, I've also got a solid bundle that tones rather beautifully. You get 4.5 metres. These are beautiful quality, Rose and Hubble quality fabrics. I'll tell you the colours in just a second. Oh, now, interesting that one. Okay. So you've got lemon, powder blue, and vanilla. So these are all quilt weight cottons. And then you've got a linen look cotton. So this is still 100% cotton, but if you have a close look, you can see it's got a slubby weave. Now, it's not a print, it's actually the weave that has a linen look weave. Do you see? Which adds really gorgeous texture to your project. It's vibrant too, isn't it? Really lovely. So there are your 4 fabrics in the bundle for £14.99. Gorgeous. Now, one of the things I really like about Dan Morris collections is that he started bringing out extra wide fabrics to go with his collections, which are the same scale, perfect. So you want to use them for a border, you want to use them for a backing, even within your quilt, you can, and they're amazing value. We'll start with the one with postcards. So, amazing, $11.99. So this is those romantic notelets, postcards, letters, almost like little stamps with the birds on, all scattered across a soft, gentle, vintage-looking background. If you were watching yesterday and met our brand new guest, Janie Beecham-Bleach, this is very much her style, isn't it? Now, this is half a metre for $11.99, but keep in mind that this is 108 inches wide. So this is what you're getting for $11.99. You're getting all of this, all of this. So if you were doing something like bag making and you wanted linings for your bags, say, and you wanted really special linings, then this is a really economical way of doing it. Or if you want to make coordinating pillows, and say you want to make 4 large pillows to go on the bed with your quilt, this would be the most economical way of doing it. And that would look terrific, wouldn't it? Really, really pretty. You could also do a gorgeous, like, summer tablecloth, napkins as well, or dressmaking. Wow, a skirt, nice. Like it. Very lovely, very lovely. So that's the one. Now I've also got a second fabric. This again is an extra wide, 108 inches wide. And this is that gorgeous azure blue with the little birds all over it. And this is absolutely the same cotton substrate, the same base cotton as the full range. So it's got the same weight, it's the same feel. It is 100% cotton, but the difference is this one is 108 inches wide. So if you are using it for a larger project, say like a duvet cover, pillowcases, bean bags, even something like a fitted sheet, amazing, or dressmaking, you can, and it's a really economical way of doing it. Now, next up, I've got a bit of Alice Caroline, a bit of Liberty. We're going to start off with the Alice Caroline Rainbow Butterfly Cushion. The finished cushion is 14 inches by 20, so it's rectangular. Really good size, that as well. And it features this large, almost like a sort of stained glass window style butterfly. And the stained glass are all these beautiful Liberty prints. Then you've got whole butterflies sort of fluttering around in the background, which are all Liberty prints. And then that absolutely beautiful, vibrant pink binding around the edge. So you get everything included, your background and the backing for your cushion, your pink for your large butterfly and the binding, and also all of your Liberty prints that you'll use for those sections inside the butterfly wings and the butterflies in the background. It's a really beautiful kit, $34.99. Now next up, if you love your Liberty, I've got the Heartbeat Cushion. This is Liberty Tarnalawn. So all of these fabrics within the heart are all Tarnalawn from Liberty. Excuse me. You've also got your border in Liberty. Oh, that's stunning. 16-inch square cushion. Look at these. Those are beautiful. And I think as well, really pretty in the pink. Really pretty in the pink. And of course you do get your cream solid as well in there and full instructions. If you're an absolute beginner, don't worry, this is absolutely fine. I want you to look really closely as well. Do you see this lovely hand stitching quilting here? and the X's and O's. So all of that is in the pattern. So you mark your quilting pattern as well. And it's like X for a kiss and O is a hug. It's hugs and kisses. So I think if you wanted to make a gift for somebody, you know, just to say, I love you, I'm thinking about you, this would be a gorgeous project. Yeah, you know, somebody who's maybe going through a tough time or big change in their life, and you just want to say, I'm sending you hugs and kisses. I think that would be lovely. Or something that you want to do to help you through a tough time. Yeah, sewing soothes my soul. I don't know about you, but it definitely helps. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Now, one more from Alice Caroline, which you know I'm going to love. This is the colour wheel cushion. I love this. All the colours, all the vibrancy. The pattern's great too. It is a double wedding ring pattern, very traditional. I think double wedding ring is on every quilter's bucket list. If not, it should be. But making a whole quilt could be daunting. Making a cushion, very achievable. This again is 16 inches square. And look at all the fabric you get. It is absolutely stunning. Okay, next up, something from Alice Marion. This is the Spring into Summer Pieced and Appliqued Cushion Cover. I think it's inside. I'm going to open it up. Ooh. This is lovely. I love the combination. Ooh, Alison doesn't want you to get inside. There we go. Right, I love the combination of piecing and applique and embellishments. And look, inside you get pretty things. I'll show you what you get inside. So you get your full pattern, you get your full template sheet, everything's full-sized, so you don't have to start enlarging anything. And then look at all these embellishments. So you get some really gorgeous braid, you get mini buttons, some little hearts. I mean, I think these will vary a little bit. You get a ladybird and a bee. You get those, definitely. You've got some little rose braid, some piping cord, covered piping cord, and some rick-rack. And you can see on the cushion, if I just go back to the cushion, there are different sections. So this bit here is delineated with the covered piping cord. Then this bit here is delineated by the rick-rack. Across here, this is the rose trim. You can see the little ladybird is on the bush. The bee is over here by the hive, the beehive, the skep. And then, really, what you would do is go to your scraps. We've been talking a lot about using scraps today, haven't we? You'd go to your scraps, you'd pick all the scraps, and I would use this as the basis of my colour palette. So I would be pulling, you know, reds of all different shades, oranges, some lovely golden yellows and summery yellows. I'd be finding 3, 4, 9 different greens, you know, a little bit of blue here and there. And then basically bring it all together. I don't know what Alison suggests, but maybe something like seeded natural cotton or Osnaburg for the background of the appliques and also the backing of the cushion. And then you've got this gorgeous kind of country style, pieced, appliqued, embellished cushion, just absolutely charming and whimsical. $14.99 for the pattern and all of those gorgeous embellishments. It's a really fun project, something to spend, you know, I think a few weeks working on, because you can also add lots of hand embroidered details. You might even want to hand blanket stitch around all the appliques rather than just reaching for your machine. Make it a hand-pieced project. something you can work on. I always think in the summer, it's a bit more difficult, isn't it, to get on with a really big, heavy sort of quilt for the winter when the weather's lovely. I think it's much nicer sometimes just to work on a small project that you can sit and hand sew. Yeah, move around. You know, sit under the shade of a tree in the park and do a little bit of hand stitching or a bit of hand applique. I don't know if you knew this. I didn't know this until after the show, but yesterday was Knit in Public Day, and I'm all for crafting in public. Sit out there in the sunshine and enjoy a bit of craft. Very nice. Right, next up, let's do the Bear collection of fabric. Now, there's very little of this. There's no bundle. There's very little. It's super cute. I'm going to whiz through this because it won't last very long. These are the fabrics. They go really beautifully together, but actually they all look really good individually too. Right, hearts, ending 03. Just lovely. Just lovely. There's only half a metre of that one left. Little scattered bears on a cream background, ending 38. That one has sold out. I've got something pretty similar, but on a warmer background, ending 59. This is gorgeous. Look, on almost like a tea dye background. I've only got 3 meters of this. Do you know what I think would be really nice? You know those like baby sleeping bags? Do you know the kind of thing I make? This on the outside and something cuddly on the inside, like a little wrap, gorgeous. Or just a receiving blanket or a little play mat. This on one side and something like, just something snuggly on the other side. Minky would be lovely. On the other side, I love a bit of minky. Or it could just be a cotton backing, quilt it, bind it, you're done. Next up, I've got the stripe. Has this sold out too? Yeah, it's lovely. Well done if you managed to get the last bit of that. Now, these florals, beautiful. This one's the one on tan, ending 49. Okay, again, I don't have very much at all. I've got 6 meters of this one left. Now, this one's, I think, is a great one because, yes, it goes beautifully with the teddy range, but also there's no teddy bears on this. So if you want this for a more grown-up project, it would work beautifully. Oh, now, do you remember in the Jen Kingwell book there was that cushion that you could make 2 ways, and Sandi and I both said it would be lovely made out of ties, and you could use kind of like browns and taupes and blues and things like that, and then use this for the backing. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Love that. It's a gorgeous idea. Very pretty fabric. The other one, same fabric, but on a lovely sort of crisp off-white background. That really, really makes the motifs pop. This would be lovely, actually. Yesterday, Janie from Janie's Originals had like little butterflies appliqued onto things, and you've loads of little, and all of the motifs are sort of isolated. Do you know what I mean? Where they're not joined up together, you could fussy cut individual elements and then applique them. Very pretty. Right, that's all of that range gone. Thank you. Now, some Jenny Jackson. Let's see what we've got. Is this the Scrappy Hexy Bubble Poof? Brilliant. Ooh. It is cool. It is cool. Oh, that's lovely. So this is English paper piecing, hexagon piecing. Now, with Jenny's patterns, you get your full instructions, okay, for how to make the patchwork, how to arrange it, also how then to create the poof, and also obviously stuffing it. top tip for stuffing poofs actually is to use old towels. Yeah, because you need something dense, and if you just use fibre fill, I mean, you get through so much. But if you go to maybe like a charity shop and buy old towels and then put them inside, you get the weight and the solidity that you need. Because you imagine if you put fibre fill in that and tried to sit on it, you'd just slide off the side. But if you fill it full of towels, they work really well. You can put something like polyester batting around them, almost wrap them in polyester batting, or pad the top so it's nice and smooth, but the majority of it, old towels. You also get the paper piecing templates. So you can use these, and you use them and reuse them as well. Yeah, gorgeous project. I love it. It's a little bit of a different way to use your patchwork, isn't it? Now, it was first demoed on the 25th of June last year, 2023. So if you want to watch the demo of that, June 23. Okay. Now, next up, that's hedgehogs, jewels, little star, abstract crown. I got it. I got it. So here's the next one. The abstract crown. So the name of this is around the actual EPP shape. Do you see, which looks a bit like a crown. So depending on your fabric placement, you can get some really cool secondary patterns from that. Again, full instructions, not generic instructions for doing EPP, but actually specific to this shape, your layout, and then how to make it up into a cushion. You get a template sheet, okay, but you also get your EPP shapes already cut out for you that you can use and use and use. Just keep reusing them. And actually, I learnt the other day, Louisa Galt was here, and yes, you can glue based onto the paper pattern piece and use your 505 glue stick for that. Today's early bird. But also, if you hand tack and you don't tack through the paper, you fold and you just tack through the fabric at the corners, your actual paper piecing shapes will go on forever. You can keep using them forever. You don't damage them at all. Anyway, £5.99 for the 505 glue. If you haven't already seen this, this was our early bird today. We do still have a few left. We don't have many. How many do we have left, Hannah? We don't have many at all. Oh my goodness me. That's about 20% of the stock left. This is a temporary adhesive glue stick made by 505. It looks like a Pritt stick, but it's not. This is fabric safe. You can use this on fabric in all sorts of ways. It dries clear in 15 seconds. And doesn't gum up your needle, and when you wash the project it all just washes away. Really brilliant. Hundreds of you have ordered this to give it a try. We know we love 505 spray. This is the glue stick version. And you're saving £1 today because it's our early bird. Normal price will be £6.99 for that. Very good. Right, that's the abstract crown. Hannah's having a little look. The hedgehog. The hedgehog. Now, Jenny's done a series of these. They're English paper pieced. And when you piece them all together, it's almost like a jigsaw. You get this fabulous image. This time, it's a hedgehog. Very, very cleverly put together. You get your EPP shapes as well. And what Jenny's done, it's really clever, is the whole design has been exploded. Now don't worry, I know this hedgehog at the moment looks like a spider with all the eyes. It's been done like that because you cut out the shapes on the line, not the white. The white's waste, okay? You cut it out on the line, and then obviously you take away your seam allowance. Once you've taken off the seam allowance here and sewn them together, the eye matches up perfectly. You don't have to think about that. All you need to do is cut out the shapes accurately. You use the pre-cut shapes, and the only thing you need to do when you're folding your fabric over and gluing them down, again, use your 505 glue stick. You just need to make sure that you place that shape centrally so that you've got an even amount. Obviously, if you've got a little less over here and a little more over there, it could distort the image. $32.99 for that. Now, I've also got a Highland cow version, same principle. Here's the Highland cow. We all love Highland cows, don't we? Absolutely gorgeous. They're so much smaller than you think they're going to be in real life, but they actually have to make special equipment for handling Highland cows because their horns are so wide. I learnt this a little while ago in an agricultural show. There's actually special equipment to handle their really wide horns. Cute though, aren't they? And at the same show they had like creamy white Highland cows, which were gorgeous, and also like a sable brown, as well as the gorgeous gingery shades, and there's all sorts of different shades, lights and darks, but the sable brown was beautiful. Very cute. We would love them at the farm, but we can't have them. Can't have everything, can you? Oh, what a lovely hour. All right, after the break, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi is back with a brand new addition to her Scrappy family. It's the Scrappy Kitty. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Dine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, Mr. Bond. I've been expecting you. Hello, welcome back. Hello, you. It's Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey. We've got a brand new addition to Sandi's Scrappy family. This is Bella, who is the Scrappy cat. Oh, she is absolutely brilliant. Fully jointed. Absolutely got little tummy on her.
Most cats have got that little tummy.
Yes, they have.
They've got a special name and I can't remember what it is.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah, because our cat's got like this really big special tummy that sort of drags along the floor. So I think she has to have a special tummy on her. So.
Well, friends of mine had a cat who was called LB, and I said, "What's the LB for?" Low belly.
Low belly. They do.
Low
They have
belly.
this really
Yeah,
low belly
yeah.
on a cat, and they have got a special name for it. But
Now, why is she called Bella?
She's called Bella after my first cat. And my first cat, and Pippa said, oh, Bella, that's really sweet, isn't it? I said, no, she was named after Bella Lugosi because she was really vicious. She used to dive for your neck. If you sort of held her, she'd sort of like dive for it. And I used to think, Bella Lugosi.
That's so funny. I love it. I love it. We had a cat years ago that used to nestle into my dad's shoulder and he would gently paw my dad's face. And if my dad dared move or go to put him down, the claws would go in. You'd like, oh, I'll stroke you again now. But how cute. Absolutely brilliant. A brand new pattern. You are the queen of toy making, Sandi. Your bears, your character dolls are absolutely beautiful. This is the Scrappy Kitty. Would you like to make one of your very own? The first kit I'm going to show you is the one that you can see right here. So it's a combination of 2 different faux furs and different cotton fabrics to create this wonderful scrappy mix. The tail, everything, absolutely beautiful. Let me show you that bundle. So you get a fat quarter of 2 different furs. When I say a fat quarter, but look, you get all of that. That's your fat, which is loads.
Yes, you get enough in the kit to probably make at least 2 or 3 bears.
What, at least 2 or 3?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
Yes, yeah.
Amazing.
As long as you sort of swap them round and, you know, you don't want them exactly the same because there won't be enough because obviously the body's bigger parts and things like that. But otherwise, you've got... She's laughing.
I'm laughing because Karen's messaged in to say it's called a primordial pouch.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's right.
Yes, I've got a primordial pouch. Definitely.
Oh, I've got mine sucked in at the moment.
Love it. So thank you so much, Karen. You're a star.
Thank you.
So you get your fat quarter of the creamy white. You also get your fat quarter of the fluffy grey.
You do get fluff everywhere.
You do get fluff everywhere. That comes at no extra charge. And then this one's got some Liberty, some Wiltshire Shadow in there. Got a little bit of black and white cheetah print or leopard print. You've got some charcoal grey Dreams from Lewis and Irene, and then a really dark charcoal black, which is one of our mottled mixers. Plus, do we have to buy the pattern separately?
No, I think they should come in.
Really? Gosh, that is amazing value.
Do.
Yeah, you do. I just can't believe the value. You get your full pattern as well as all your fabrics for $29.99. You spotted that before me, folks. That's absolutely brilliant value. And a little bit of a stock warning. Half the stock has gone. Hannah couldn't tell me because she's still giggling about primordial pouch. Yeah. Oh. I think, there are theories apparently as to why cats have a primordial pouch.
Oh, right.
Run them by me. So one of the theories, I think this has got legs, frankly, is that it's there to accommodate larger meals. Because you wouldn't want to be like stretched and...
Yes,
wouldn't it?
Yes. That's why his drag's on the floor.
That's why I've got mine, for when I go for an all-you-can-eat carvery.
You can get it all in there, that's no problem.
Yeah. Apparently can also shield them if they're fighting roughly or rough activities.
That's right, yes, that's what
like
I've
shopping
heard,
in the sales.
Yes,
that
fighting
kind of
people
thing.
off, that's right.
Yeah.
So mine's got a little
primordial pouch.
There you go.
Yeah. It also, say again, makes them more agile by allowing their belly to stretch more as they're running and leaping.
Oh, yes, because they do sort of,
I think that's
what
the main
we've got
reason
there.
why so that when I'm running and leaping, my body can stretch.
When I'm climbing up trees, I have no problem.
The thing is, Sandi, I actually believe that.
Did you?
I do. This is absolutely flying out. It is Kitty, the Scrappy Kitty. There are only 6 of these bundles remaining in this colourway. So that is the first one. Right, second one that I'm going to go for. This would be my first choice. This is the kind of chocolatey browns. So you get your fat quarter.
Little brothers over here.
Oh, And I hadn't
So
even seen.
he's had a real scrap.
Definitely my favourite. I'll show you the actual one in a second. So you get your dark brown fluffy fur, you get your shorter pile. Is that a cheetah or leopard?
It is something like that.
Yeah,
it's lovely,
leopard.
isn't it? Yeah.
And then you get your 4 fat quarters, Liberty, Bumbleberries from Lewis and Irene, and a solid.
Yeah.
Check out the finished one. That's definitely a boy. Am I right?
Yeah, he's a little boy. He's the little bruiser of the
He's a
family.
scrapper.
He's a scrapper, yes.
He's a scrapper. Yeah, that bow's fooling nobody.
It's not, is it? He's going, why have I... He was trying to get it off, that's why it's...
Exactly,
I'm not wearing this.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Again, $29.99, and that includes your full pattern. Really, I'm going to give you that title, the Queen of Toy Making.
Thank you.
Your patterns are amazing, whatever you do, bags, quilts, you name it. But undisputed, amazing attention to design detail. I mean, the fact that you've included a primordial pouch is, and there it is.
And then the
That's
bottom,
definitely after the big meal.
the bottom of him's got sort of like 4 little bits so he can stand up really well. So if you
Yeah.
sort of, so
Yeah.
it gives him that pouch, but it gives you the 4 little sort of bits so he's got to stand up on.
Yeah.
So it's almost like little...
It's brilliant.
legs that he can
Yeah, definitely. And love the furry paws. Absolutely. Oh, so cute. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So that's our second option, also very popular. Next up, now this would go very well again if you've gone for the first option and you want a second option that has those kind of grey tones. You've got, this is almost like an ocelot.
That's gorgeous,
isn't it?
isn't it? That's
That is
lovely.
beautiful. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'd like
and
a
then
little
you've
skirt in that.
very nice. Very nice. You've got your longer pile black fur. And then, now for some reason, Hannah, I've only got 3 cotton fabrics in this one, which isn't right. There's a black, there's a bumbleberries, and there's a cream clouds. We'll just have a look to see what the other one is. Christine says, morning, gorgeous Sandi Millichip-Massocchi and Stuart Hillard. Happy Sunday. Bless you, Christine. Beck says, hello, Stuart and Sandy. Oh, I love Scrappy Kitty. Going to make 2, matching my 2 black and white cat markings.
Brilliant. Oh, and do send pictures, because I love to see pictures when you've made these. They're so nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. And we just love our cats, don't we? We are, I know we're a nation of dog lovers, but we are also definitely a nation of cat lovers.
Yes, definitely.
And I never like asking people if they're team cat or team dog, because I mean, I just love them all.
Yes.
I just have never been able to have a dog because I'm here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, we haven't, and we both love dogs. I know Andrew would love to have a dog really, but we haven't. We're angry there as
we're the
well.
same.
But we've got a little cat, so we've got Percy.
But I think as well, you know, sometimes like children really want a pet, don't they? And it can be difficult. I think, but you could make them Scrappy Kitty.
Yes.
And I mean, I'd find this just as easy
It's quite
to cuddle and
yes,
love.
yeah.
And it's a lovely size, even for littlies, to have a good old sort of squish with.
Absolutely.
Under supervision, I would say.
Yes, because of the eyes in it, they are safety eyes that we put in, but if you wanted to embroider them or put felt on it, you can do, I suggest that.
Yeah.
And the joints are done with an upholstery thread, and you pull them through really, really tightly. And I mean, I've tried to pull them apart, and even when I try to unpick them sometimes, if I've done it a bit wrong, it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
So if you do it, just make sure you keep going backwards and forwards with that upholstery thread, pulling it hard, and then do a good knot at both ends, sort of 2 or 3 times. And even with children, they would really have to go some to pull them apart.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
yeah.
not saying they can't, but I can't sell them as toys because I haven't kite marked them or anything.
totally
but
agree.
if you do sort of put that upholstery thread through it, then you're going to be fairly safe,
Yeah,
I would think.
absolutely, absolutely. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. You know who you're making it for?
Yes.
Probably myself, but just lovely. So, do we have an image of this kit? Or just just there's a mixer I can't find, and I think very possibly it might be this one.
Oh, I
from
would have thought
the.
so, possibly, yes.
Is it?
That's the only kit I haven't had, so I couldn't.
Oh, is it more of a
really help
brownie?
you.
Is it the more brownie one? Okay. Yeah, you'll get it anyway. It'll be a happy surprise.
Yes.
Yes. Probably found it's on the floor somewhere. Anyway, and then the last option, slightly different in that you've got one faux fur, and then you've got a fur patterned cotton.
Yes.
And then you've got your 4 fat quarters of coordinating. This is the Ginger Tom.
Yes, which
isn't
I'm going
it?
to demonstrate. But I've also used some extra bits because I think we can buy the fur separately as well. So I've
fab.
sort of done him as a bit of a Heinz 57 cat, is it?
Oh, well,
so he's sort of, so he's a bit of a mixture. So I've sort of brought some of the furs in from other
Oh,
ones
brilliant.
as well.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Again, you get the pattern $29.99. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, because I could imagine doing like a pretty Liberty version with like white and maybe a really soft grey fur, something like that, and then pinks. Yes. Here's the pattern. It's £11 for the full pattern. Great tutorials in there, and it's for competent beginners, which I think is fab.
And I want everybody to have a go. And I always say, because when people come on a course, I always say, if you can use a sewing machine, you can sew one.
Brilliant. Perfect.
If you want to open the pattern, very happy for you to.
I might do in a bit. I might
Okay.
do in a bit. Oh, and this pattern is dedicated to my lovely dad, who, without him, all this wouldn't be possible. Ah, that's lovely. I saw a lovely post that you did the other day.
yeah,
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. That's Scrappy Kitty. Now, we've also got faux furs by the half metre. Where would you like to start, Hannah? The grey, the plain dark grey. The original version, by the way, the OG, has sold out as a kit. All right, well done if you got that. If you want to make your own kit up, you can, because we've got the furs, we've got the pattern. Could I make the whole kitty in fur?
You could, absolutely. You could make it, I mean, you can make it all in material as well, but I always think the face looks nicer. I've tried it with the material and I thought he looked nicer with the fur
With
on
fur.
it.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So this is the grey, longer pile. This is you get half a metre for £8.40. Now remember, a fat quarter, which comes in the kit, that's enough to make 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So half a metre is loads. If you wanted to make the kitty in all fur, maybe just with a little accent here and there of fabric, then half metre would be great. £8.40 for the dark grey plain fur. And then you could sort of make it like your cat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You.
Yes, which is lovely, which is what we were trying to do when we were sort of putting the kits together, you know, what sort of cats do people have? So I'd had a black and white cat, I've got an all white cat, you know, then you've got the tabby cat, and I think Kerry had had a tabby and a ginger one. So we were trying to sort of think of the ones, but then if you add the extra fur into it, or you've got scraps of material at home that you want to add into it, these are all just ideas. I always think with my patterns, I like people to put their impression on it.
Well, interestingly, we've had the most perfect question at the perfect moment, because Sue from Norfolk has just completely tugged at my heartstrings, Sue. You really have. She says, my rescue ninja, love it, came to me with 3 legs. Would it be easy to adapt the pattern to make a 3-legged version, please?
Yes, what I would do is when you're jointing them, so if I just borrow little Kitty, shall I come over here and show little Kitty? There we go. So when you're jointing them, you'd put the button on the one side, and then what I'd do is just put a big button on the other side. So when you go through, you're just catching the button, because you need the buttons to hold them together. So if you didn't have the leg, I'd just put a nice big button on the one side, and then just put it backwards and forwards, so you've just got the one leg on
That would sort of pull in the other side, where the leg would have been.
That's right, because that's what you're doing, you're trying to pull it in. So if you did it without the button on, you'd find that you wouldn't get that pull and you wouldn't get them in properly. But if you put maybe a slightly bigger button, if you had maybe a 2-inch button or something, and put it on that side so it really sort of stabilised it, and then put it through, that would be fine. And if you do make one, please send me a photo.
Oh, definitely,
definitely.
And can we all send a hug and a kiss to Ninja?
Oh,
Love it, love it. Oh, thank you, Sandy. I hope that's the perfect solution. Now, thinking of the Ginger Ninja, what about this fur? It's called Honey, but it is the most glorious shade.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous. $5.99 for half a metre.
It goes lovely with your shirt.
Well, to be honest with you, it would go lovely with my hair.
It would as well,
wouldn't
yes.
it? I mean, you've set my mind racing. Now, I've also got the brown fur, the brunette. You don't get a lot of brown cats, but I used to have a brown Burmese.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
yes.
sleek, this colour of really dark chocolate brown.
The Siamese often have a streak of brown in them, don't they, as
They
well,
do.
sometimes?
They
So,
do.
yeah, if you've got something like that. And
Yeah.
you've got the sleeker fur in with that one as well, so it sort of gives you that. And I think the Bengal cats,
Yes,
sort of browny as well, and that sort of, the smoother fur would look lovely.
Yeah, it
Especially
would.
on the body of that one would be lovely.
Absolutely gorgeous. That's $8.40 per half metre. Okay. There's a little price variation between the different furs depending on the sort of pile or the, texture colour. Next up, should we do the cream? Oh, you don't.
Gorgeous.
We don't have that one available. Oh,
Very
that's
strokeable, isn't it?
Strokeable, gorgeous. I've also got lynx and leopard. Let's do leopard. That's this one.
Is there enough there for a skirt for me, do you think?
Well, short one. That's gorgeous. Is that only $4.49?
Really?
For half a metre. That's the leopard. Then I've got lynx. This is a bit like, the Aussie cats.
It sort of reminds me of a Cruella de Vil sort of
Very
print,
much.
wouldn't it? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
she'd have a collar
She would,
made
wouldn't
out
she,
of
with that?
this.
Yes.
Yeah, gorgeous. Is it, you're going to show us how
Yes.
to work with faux fur
I am,
fabric.
yes. Yeah.
Great. And then have we got the black as well, Hannah? The plain black? No, we don't have black. Maxed out. Sorry. Okay, that's it with the faux furs.
Okay.
Now, I do have a bundle of accessories. It's like a trimmings bundle to get you on your way. I'll show you what you get in it. So you get some felt, first of all. You get some pink, and you also get like a gingery colour. What do we use that for?
You've got the nose. I use
Yep.
the pink nose, and then I've used the ginger on the paws. So you
Oh, I
can
like
use
that.
it on the paws or for noses. It's a great sort of toy making kit. So, if you do make toys, you'll use a lot of felt. You could put it in the ears, you could put it on the paws
That's cute.
instead of fur, so you could do all sorts with the felt.
Great, I like that. You get 6 green cat's eyes.
That's right, yes. So they're the ones that you can see on here. They've got sort of like the slit down the
Yep.
middle. So it makes them, and it does make them look different. When I was doing sort of like lots of prototypes, I did hundreds of prototypes for the kitty, and I'd tried different eyes with it. And as soon as we put the cat's eyes in it, it sort of changed the face altogether.
Right.
Really made it look like a cat.
Yes.
So it does make a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
But the other ones are great for sort of like the bunnies, the foxes, the bears.
Yes, because we do have the large sort of black, like boot button
Yes, yeah.
eyes, don't we? We've also got the small boot button eyes.
There you go. That would be on.
Like for a teddy.
Yeah, like little
Perfect,
teddies. So
isn't
there you go.
it?
Those are
Yeah.
the ones that we've used on there.
Absolutely perfect. So these are good general trimmings
Yes.
bundles. You've also got a skein of black embroidery floss for whiskers.
Yeah, whiskers and the nose and the mouth.
Whiskers on kittens.
Yes, whiskers and kittens.
Love that. And then you've also in this pack got 2 large wooden buttons. So for jointing, you use 1 button per limb.
Yes. So
or
you would.
missing limb.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
you'd need 4 buttons. So now I do have the buttons separately, so you can still buy the trimming set, but you would need to add 1 extra pack of the wooden buttons in order to be able. So this is like a bit of a starter kit, really. You've got some felt, some eyes, some thread, and a couple of buttons to get you started. But for $1.99 for the buttons, that's amazing. amazing.
Yes, yeah.
£1.99 for the extra 2 buttons. Absolutely brilliant.
'Cause they're
The
lovely
trimmings
buttons as
kit,
well, they're great.
£8.63. Yeah, aren't they?
They are really super, and they're a nice size as well for
Actually like those for a
jointing.
knitted cardigan.
Yes, lovely.
Flower and cardigan, very nice.
Sometimes I put buttons down the front of my bears and
That would be
things,
cute.
So that'd be nice. So you can always
Yep.
add them on to things like
You
that.
could put them down the front of Kitty's primordial pouch.
You could.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Right, it's time for demo.
Right.
And I'm going to sit back and I'm not saying a word.
Aren't you? Okay then. Right, so we'll start off with the fur. So when you're... First of all, I'll start off with cutting out your interfacing. So all the pattern pieces in the pattern are full size. So you don't need to do anything with them at all. You just need to cut them out. You can photocopy them. They are quite a hardish card, so they're really good. I think I've got a spare one here. So it's quite a thick card and you've got all the pieces, so I suggest you cut them out. They also come with a label sheet as well, like all the patterns that I do. So you have a label sheet, which is really handy to cut out and then add it to the bits as you're going along, because sometimes some of the bits are slightly confusing. So if you sort of say, look at the front of the face, you might look at this and think, what on earth is that and where am I going to put it? So it's nice to sort of look on the pattern, see what part it is and then label it up. And I say when you do it, do it in reverse. Can I just borrow your H640 here?
Of course. So you talked about interfacing.
Yeah, so you interface them all. So you need to cut out the interfacing first and then you iron that onto your fabric and then cut it out. So I always say with the patterns, do it in reverse. So you've got sort of a left and a right. So to do that, you would just literally fold your interfacing in half. So you take, this would be plenty for it. So
Half a metre, or is that a 1 metre piece?
I think that's a 1 metre piece. Yeah.
£9.99, yep, that's
So you'd
perfect.
fold it in half and then put your pattern piece on it. And because they're quite a thick card, you could actually draw around it if you wanted to, or you could put pins in it. You could photocopy it if you didn't want to cut out the pattern and then just pin it on and cut it out. So then in that case, you've got a front and a back, so you've got the reverse. So I'll give you that back. Sorry, I've not folded it very well.
Right, thank you very much.
So then you want to iron it onto your fabric. So you'd place it on. Now with fur, it's got a direction to it. So it's like when you're stroking your cat. If you stroke it one way, it's quite nice and the cat likes it. If you stroke it the other way, it's all goes, meow. Doesn't like it because it all goes up the wrong way. So when you're doing it, lay it down and make sure the piece that you're doing is going in the right direction. So I know that that's the nose end, this is a forehead, and it has to go down that way. And then when you do it, especially with the H640, just put a piece of ordinary cotton or an ironing cloth over the top. Use a steam iron as well, because the heat will sort of activate the glue and make it stick better, and iron it on. If it's just on the fabric, I always say turn it over and iron it again on the other side. But if it's fur, I don't suggest you ironing it over the fur. Just keep steaming it until it stays down properly. Then when you're cutting, if you're cutting the plain sort of like velour fur, you can just cut it like normal fabric. But when you're cutting into a long haired fur, it's almost got like a backing on it. So I would cut it out using smaller scissors. And what you want to do is you almost want to go in to the fabric, and you're cutting the fabric, not the fur. Because if you just go in and cut it straight across like that, you've got a blunt edge of your fur, which you don't want. Whereas if you're going into the back of it and you're just sort of mainly cutting the fabric part of it, it gives you still your fluffy bits on the side. So I would do it that way. So just cut it out like that.
So you're almost sliding the blade between the fibres.
Yes. So you can see you're just sort of going in between, and you're still cutting it, but it's better than just sort of doing a straight cut across. So that's sewing with fur, really. Sometimes I would use
special needle, special stitch.
I don't. I use a longer stitch for it because it's quite thick, so I tend to go at least a 3 with it. And sometimes, if I've got a lot of fur on it, I will use a walking foot. Otherwise, just use an ordinary foot. I've been using an ordinary foot today on it.
Okay.
Got an ordinary needle on it, 50 weight cotton thread, and you're fine with that.
And even with that longer stitch when you're stuffing, because you stuff very firmly, don't you?
I do.
But it still holds together.
Always make sure you do a reverse stitch when you start and when you finish, and especially at the opening gaps. So all the parts of it have got opening gaps in it, and if you don't do it there, it's going to just pull to pieces because you're trying to pull the bear through at the end. When you're trying to stuff it, I have to do very firm stuffing on my bears as well. And so you don't want it coming apart. And I find a 3 is fine because it's quite, if it's any smaller, you'll find it sort of like struggles a little bit to get through it.
Gotcha.
But if you do it at 3, it's fine. And then when you've sewn a seam together, I would trim a lot of the interfacing and some of the fur away. So you've got quite a small seam.
Okay.
Which is fine. Then when you pin them together, I'll just show you this bit. So when you're pinning it together, you want to try and push the fur back. So if you can see, you're just trying to push it back and then you'd clip it on. So you push it back so that you've not got any fur poking out of those edges.
Got you.
So you've got the fur more inside, but you're still going to get a little bit of a seam there. So to save that, just get a pin, and if you just pull it along, it will just lift it out, and you'll find that you can actually cover that seam because you can just spend a little bit of time, you can brush it, you can do just rub it backwards and forwards, and that will just bring some of the fur out of that seam if you have managed to catch some of it in. And
Yeah, because it's inevitable, isn't it, when you're sewing?
Yes, yeah. So you can see, just pull it on, and it's sort of, it will just, you can spend ages just sort of picking little bits out. And it'll just make it fluff up, and you don't look as though you've got a seam right down the centre. So that's sort of sewing with fur, and if anybody's got any questions on that, please give me a shout.
Oh, that's fab, thank you.
I start off with the tail first, and as I say, I would spend some time just going through and making sure all that seam's uncovered. Then with the stuffing, you're going to get small pieces, and we need to stuff the tail first. So just spread it out, and I use a chopstick.
Yes.
And you want to push it right down and into the bottom first.
And you said about stuffing firmly. I know the temptation is to like grab the big, because nobody likes stuffing, grab the biggest wadge and ram it in, but that doesn't work.
It doesn't work, no. So just small pieces. And when you're doing the face especially, try and get it into the little pouches first. If you're doing the bear, try and get it into the nose first. With the fox, really try and get that down. And if talking about foxes, I did a course yesterday, my Scrappy Fox course, and I promised all the ladies and gents that were on there that I would say hello to them all.
Aww.
So I think if I can remember them all, there's Rianne, Alison, Pip, Heather, Mandy, and then Charlotte and Sam. So thanks ever so much. We had a great day yesterday. It was brilliant. So all
lovely.
making little foxes yesterday. Which was
Brilliant. Well, actually, while we're mentioning foxes, we do have the pattern for the fox. Let me grab Foxy. Scrappy Fox. There's Scrappy Fox. Originally demoed on the 10th of February this year. Oh gosh, what a handsome chap. Love the tail too. Look, there's the Scrappy Fox. Brilliant. Does he, she have a name?
Mrs. Foxy.
Oh, it's Mrs. Foxy. I
Mrs.
do
Foxy.
beg
Foxy
your
lady.
pardon. She is a foxy
lady.
Foxy on the run. Brilliant. And again, jointed, full of character. Love that scrappy look as well. It means that, of course, if you wanted to, you could use those precious bits of fabric, as you do in your business.
That's right, yes, I do.
Yeah, making those memory bears. Brill, £11, can't believe it. Absolutely brilliant price. Brilliant price, £11.
And when I stuff the bears and foxes and kitties quite firm, I do it because when you're sewing them up afterwards, it makes it easier as well, because when you're trying to joint them, if they're too floppy, you're better off, if you want a floppy one, to get a pattern where they're joined in and they're not jointed.
Right.
Because if it's quite firm, you really need it quite firm to get the needle through it and to pull it really tight. Because if you're pulling it and it's got a really sort of soft, floppy belly, you're pulling it right through, and then they'll have legs sort of squashed in like this.
Yeah.
So that's why I always say, stuff it, and then if you think you've stuffed it well, stuff it a little bit more.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
So with the tail, you want to do it fairly firmly, but leave at least an inch at the end. So you can see you've got a good inch here, and then I'm going to put a pin in that, and I would then just sew across there just to hold it into place. We would then take the back of the fox, I've got foxes, the kitty, and we're going to put, and there's placements, all the placements are on the patterns as well, so I suggest that you mark those on as well with a heat erasable pen or something like that. And I always find that people say, oh, I don't want to mark it because then I can't maybe get to iron it. And if you can't iron it, just put a bit of steam from your iron over the pen and it'll come off, so you don't have to actually iron over it.
Oh,
the heat from the steam will make it come off as well.
Great. I sometimes use a hairdryer.
Yes, hairdryer will do it fine.
It's the only time I ever need one. Derek said, I'd love to do one of Sandi's toy courses, a cat preferably. How do I find out about them?
If you go onto my website, I put on when I'm going to be doing a course and where I'm going to be doing them. And my website is www.family-comforts.co.uk.
Is it on the pattern?
And it is on the pattern.
Perfect.
It's all on the pattern. And please excuse it because we're having a big redo of our website, which is going to be really exciting. So anybody that's signed up for newsletters at the moment won't be getting any at the moment because we're sort of trying to change all the website over. But as soon as we do, there'll be a little gift for you all for bearing with us about newsletters and things. So that will go out to anybody who signs up now or in the future. And hopefully by the end of next month, the new website will be up and running and raring to go with lots of exciting things in it, because we're hoping to bring videos on there as well, and there'll be blogs and all sorts of things, exciting things coming.
Great.
Right.
Now, I've got a couple more patterns from Sandi.
Right.
I've got the Scrappy Bear. Now, this is the big bear, not baby bear. I mean, I've got baby bear here, but this is big bear.
No, it's the same bear.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the little
this
bear.
This is? Oh, I've got Hannah telling me it's not. This is Big Bear. This is Big Bear. So I've got the pattern here. Super cute. Love the little nose. Very, very cute. And again, so lovely to do a memory style bear or a mixture of fur and fabric. Beautiful. £11 for the bear. And is that where it all really started, with bears?
Yes. It was my dad. I used to look after my dad. And then when he passed away, he was a really smart guy. He worked at, he'd started life out in Bletchley during the war. So he was actually there and went and he got a medal for, he was in Germany for intercepting messages and things. So but he was always a smart guy and always liked his shirts and ties and blazers. And so, of course, when he passed away, you sort of thought, I don't want to get rid of all these ties, they're so beautiful. And you probably know the material in ties is lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
And somebody had asked me a while before to make a memory bear for them for their school, their son who was just leaving primary school. And I'd had the pattern, I thought, do you know, I'm going to make a memory bear out of this. So I did, so I made my dad's memory bear, which is Gordon, which people have seen on my Instagram. So Gordon comes with us everywhere. He won't be coming on our transatlantic view, but he will sort of. But he's going to be coming with us. And so, yeah, I started off with Gordon Bear. And I worked at a hospice at the time. And people said, oh, I love that idea. Can I have one too? And it just got more and more. And I ended up doing it as a full-time job about 6 years ago.
Wow.
And then I added sort of like cats, dogs, unicorns, all sorts. I do 3 different size bears and memory quilts, cushions. So
gorgeous.
All sorts of things.
All under the family comforts.
Yes.
Beautiful. What a great story. I've one more pattern, one more member of the family, which is the Scrappy Bunny. Now, not just for Easter, my goodness me, no. And I think as well, actually, people have got their favourites, haven't they, when it comes to soft toys? Yes. Some people love their bears, some people love their bunnies. Yes. Look, can't resist. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
Tail. Beautiful.
Can you tell I like the tails on them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Doesn't need to be that big, does
That's
it, really,
right, yeah,
Sandy? Come on.
It does. You know me, bit of fur, bit of glitter. And
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with these as well, of course. If you want to pop a bit of lurex in, you can. If you want to put a really special little bit of fabric that you wouldn't want to sew with, I guess you could do an applique, little heart.
Yes. And when I'm making them out of people's clothes, whatever clothes they are, I always try and look at the clothes, and if it's got any sort of little motif on it or any little special, you know, applique bit on it or buttons on it, I always try and put that onto the bear.
Really cute. £11 for the Scrappy Bunny. Of course, you can make yours non-scrappy if you want. Make a whole family of them. A nice little tip here. from Sue, who says, I worked for a bear company.
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
How lovely.
If we wanted to refresh a bear sample, we used a puppy grooming brush and a little bit of talc.
Yes, lovely. I use a baby brush. If I've done quite a lot of repair bears, because when people found out I made bears, I ended up doing repair bears as well. And with those, to clean them, I always used a baby brush. So I used a baby brush, and then if you get some baby shampoo, whisk it up into a bowl and just use the foam of it and just rub it very gently onto the fur, then let it dry, and then go over it with a very soft cloth to just sort of get that off it, and then let it dry somewhere overnight, and then use a little baby brush and use that to...
It's like our very own version of the repair shop.
It is, isn't it?
Do you still make memory bears?
I do, yes.
You can find out about that on your website
You can,
too.
yes, it's all on the website.
There we go. Great.
Right, so I've done the back. So you add the tail on, then you pin it round, and it tells you where to stop, and then you would sew that up. I'm going to, rather than sew things up, I'm going to show you as we go along. So then I've added a little tummy. So I've done it in fur. So you've just got a little furry tummy on each side. So again, it's a curve like we were showing you this morning as well. So just clip it onto either side, find the middle, and then just clip it round. And again, the fur's quite forgiving, so you can go round and the bear's all coming. So I'm just going to sew that on here now. Oops. And when you're sewing, I tend to use a little pokey tool or a little edger just to hold it down, because you find sometimes as you're going along with it bulk, it will migrate a bit, so the fur will sort of move forward a bit on it. So always stop. I always say don't go too fast. People always try to think, oh, you've got to go fast if you're sewing. You don't have to go fast.
No.
I always say to the students, slow down with it and just do it really carefully. And I do it at home. I don't go too fast, otherwise you end up with your unpicker. So just go slowly and then just follow the curve round. And I always say, make sure the edge of your material matches the edge of your foot. So that's why the seam allowance on mine is about a 3/8 of an inch sort of thing. So it's a bit more than a 1/4 inch. And I find that that's probably just the edge of your foot to where your needle
Pretty
is.
standard, isn't it,
This
the
is
3/8?
Yes. So if you just go like, and then that just makes it easy to go. And some people say, oh, I've not got that and it's not perfect. Doesn't matter, as long as whichever seam allowance you're using, make sure you use it all throughout,
Right.
and it will be fine.
Be consistent.
Yeah, because obviously if you sew the body with, say, a 1/4 of an inch, and then you sew the head with a 1/2 an inch, when you put the head inside the body, it's not going to match.
Yes.
But if you've sewed the body with a 1/2 an inch, more than I've said, and you've sewed the head with 1/2 an inch, they will match, because they will match up then together.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So as I say, just go around and just hold it down. And if you feel it bulking up, just stop it. And I always say you can lift your presser foot up, make sure your needle's always down so you can slide it round. And then again, just set it right again, put your foot down, and then carry on.
Thank you. Now, there's less than 20 of the tiger orange Scrappy Cat kits. So if you want to make your own gingery, chocolatey, it's like a Terry's chocolate orange cat, then
nice,
this is the code you'll need. Is it true that you only get ginger toms? I've heard that, but I can't believe it. Is it linked to only boys? I had a ginger tom called Oscar.
Oh, that's a nice name.
Yeah. The funniest thing was he had, a bit like Six Dinner Sid, he had 2 families.
Oh,
we didn't know
yes.
for years, but one of our neighbours, they had a different name for him. He had different food likes and dislikes there. He had his own bed, his own blanket, you name it. He was leading a double life.
We had a cat like that, because
Did you?
I had asthma when I was little. I was really bad, and we couldn't have any animals at all because I was allergic to all of them. I was dreadful. And we had this stray that used to sit outside every morning, and it would cry. Beautiful jet black cat.
Not getting fed, obviously.
No.
Needed taking care of.
And as soon as we came down in the morning, it would be sat outside, so
Bet
it would be
it was.
quite early. So we used to bring it in and we'd feed it, and then it would push it out again, because Mum said, oh, it can't stay in because Sandy's got asthma, you know, and then it'd come in. And then when it was winter time, Mum goes, well, maybe it could just sit by the fire a little bit. And it would sit in the whole day. It'd have breakfast, dinner and tea with us, and then go off. And we had it for 2 years, this cat called Blackie. It was lovely. And then it went off somewhere, and a neighbour came on and she said, have you been feeding our cat? And we said, oh, I don't think so. So she said, this is our cat. We go, oh, no, that's a cat that we've adopted 2 years ago. This is it. And she said, no, we've been taking it to the vets. It's got a skin complaint and stuff, and we feed it every day. I thought, well, we feed it every day as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's only a tiny thing, but he'd been living a separate
Double life. Yeah.
And getting fed both
Yeah.
places.
See, cats have just got a lot of love to give.
No.
You need more than one family.
You do.
Naughty.
So when you're sewing the fur as well, always trim it down afterwards. And I always trim a bit of the H640 off, so you've trimmed it down. So I've trimmed that down, so you've got the 2 fronts. So again, put those together, squash your fur in, put it on, and then just clip it together, clip it all down the front, and then that's your front. Then you need to sew the 2 together, just down the side, but leave an opening gap, and you've got your body made. Then I'll go on to one of the arms, because I'm just going to do one of each so it gives you a quick idea. So with the paws, you'd put it on the inside part of the arm. So we'd just sew it along here. So I'm just going to, again, it's on a slight curve, but we can just sew it along here.
Steph's answered my question. Thank you, Steph. She says, ginger is more common as male cats, but you do get ginger females too. Love ginger cats. They are gorgeous. Have a gorgeous nature.
You do tend to just hear ginger toms, don't you?
Yeah, it's a real kind of saying.
Yes. I love cats, so.
Me too.
Would you be a cat or a dog person, do you think?
I mean, I've always had cats. Yes. But as I say, I'd have a dog in a heartbeat if we were, perhaps when we retire.
Yeah.
You know.
But then they are tying as well, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
So again, with the fur paw, I'd just iron that open seam at the back and then just use a little bit of gentle persuasion with a pin or a brush. And there you go, it'll just go over nicely. Then we want to put the 2 together.
You know, I'm just thinking, Sandy, the kit for the ginger orange kitty, would that be a good kit to buy? I mean, I know you get the pattern with it, but if you wanted to make the fox, because you can make a cat and a fox.
You could make a cat and a fox with that kit, definitely. So that you could have a joint one, so it'd be lovely.
Just thinking, you'd have enough fabric for both.
You might even have enough to get a little bear out of it as well. Because the bears are quite small.
Yeah.
So you could have a little family, a bear, fox and a kitty. Or
I think they'd happily live together.
I think they would. They were having a bit of a fight in here this morning, weren't they?
They
that
were.
cat's doing yoga at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's just doing its downward dog.
That's right.
Oh, the irony.
Our cat does his cat pose in the morning. We do yoga every morning.
Right.
And so we get the mats out, cat comes along, does his stretch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lies on the mat, either on Andrew's or mine. So we're trying to do our downward dog with the cat. And Andrew had a big jumper on the other day and he's suddenly going, I can't move. I was going, why not? He said, the cat's in my jumper.
Oh.
And the cat had sneaked in and got where we'd sort of like gone down. He'd gone right in his jumper
Love
and sort
that.
of fallen asleep. So
love that.
That was the cat. So with the arm, again, I'm not going to sew it all up for you because they're quite easy. But I would do, another clip gone, there we go. I would start the gap about an inch after the seam. And again, don't forget to do your reverse stitching. It's really important because when you're turning this inside out, stuffing it, it's going to be really hard. And when I say trim it round, if you trim it round quite close, because there's lots of curves, it will turn out easier.
Right, you don't need to clip into them.
You can, if it's too close, you can just clip into the curves, or sometimes because you've got the interfacing on it, it makes it quite stable, so they're not going to fray. So I'll clip quite close to it. Sometimes I'll just clip into the corners with your little snips, just get the very end of them and just go into it. Otherwise, you can try and trim as much of the interfacing off and then just trim the material round. And I was going to say something. Oh, yes. So, and when you're trimming, never trim where the opening gap is.
Okay.
Because then if you make that too small, it's really hard to push it back in afterwards and do a nice ladder stitch over it to close it up. So I always say, so as you're trimming round, go up at the side. I don't know if you can see. So you trim it round and then just direction it up.
Yep.
And then when you start, just direction it down so that you don't go over that turning gap.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
Then with the legs, I've got some legs here as well. I'm going to sew around the legs very quickly. So you put the right sides together. You sew from the heel up, and again, just do a turning reverse stitch. And then you want a turning gap here as well. So I'm going to reverse on that one.
How long a turning gap would you leave in one of these limbs?
In that, again, it depends what material you've used. If you've used all fur, I would use a longer turning gap than if you've used just an ordinary cotton, because you can get that through quite easily. And on the side of the body, because there's a tail to come through and there's fur on the body, I would leave a longer turning gap. There is placements on the pattern pieces for where the turning gap should be. So those are sort of the average that we could do. I try and do them a little bit smaller so I don't have to do as much ladder stitching on it. I've been turning them for quite a few years. So, and it doesn't matter really. And I tend to do it on the side so that your leg covers the side bit up, and then do it on the underneath of the arm so that when you've got them up, you just don't see it quite as much.
Perfect.
So I'm just, and again with the curves, I always say keep sewing and just gently move your fabric round. You don't need to keep stopping, as long as you go slowly and edge that presser foot to the edge of your material, and then stop when you need to. And then just gently come around this curve. And again, you turn in the material. Stop when you need to, lift up your presser foot if you have to, and then just follow it round.
Cool.
So you're going to go from heel to the tip of the toe here. And do a little reverse stitch. There we go. Oops. So as I say, with this, I would trim this one quite close. So leave just by the heel and the toe, because you need a little bit to turn back to put the pad on. So I would start about here, and because you've got quite a lot of curves, I would go right into that curve and then go round and go around the top as well.
Now, 2 quick questions.
Ooh, right.
Paul asks,
Yes.
can you tell me what needle to use with glitter thread, please? So general sewing question.
Right.
Like a glittery, a holographic.
You can have like a metallic needle, can't you? And I would use that with it, because they can fray quite a lot with the needles. So I would definitely use get a metallic.
Or an embroidery.
An embroidery needle, is it you don't need to have too large an eye, because if the eye's too big, it will rub it too much as it's going in and out. So just sort of check on that.
Brill, thank you. Totally agree. Bex asks, morning birds. She says, I volunteer with a local cat rescue. Everyone would love these. Is it okay to make and sell?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I say make as many as you want, and you can sell them for as much as you want. That's entirely up to you. Please just don't sell the patterns. If somebody wants them, don't photocopy them for somebody, because they're mine. But if anybody wanted to do a course on them or anything like that, I'm quite happy to sort of have a chat with you and try and do a bit of retail price. If John Lewis is watching and they want to buy some patterns off me, we'll do. And other department stores, of course, very welcome.
Yes.
So yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I don't mind at all. I've made the patterns and I'm very happy for people
So if somebody wanted to run a class to make the Scrappy Bunny, they could buy 8 sets of patterns, 1 per person in the class, and you'll find if somebody then kind of leads the class. Because that's quite a nice thing to do as well, isn't it? Get together with other people.
Oh, it's lovely.
This would be a lovely thing to do. I don't know, maybe as a, like a hen party, like get together and make a bear or something like that.
Yes. When my daughter got married, I hemmed her wedding dress for her. So I kept the bit of material off her wedding dress, and I used a tie of my dad's, which is her granddad, and made her a little baby bear and a little heart saying just married on it. So she had a little part of her wedding dress and a part, because she was very fond of my dad. So they were
lovely.
Inseparable, really. So we're putting the paw pad on. So literally, I'm just pinning it onto the heel first. I put the central mark, which again is on the placement on the pad. And then literally, we're just going to go round and clip it to just ease it in. When I was doing the course yesterday as well, I was saying to the girls and the boys, when you put them together, when you're ironing interfacing on with it, sometimes it will stretch the pattern. So when you're putting it together, you think, why doesn't that match? Because I've cut out the pattern right. And it's just sometimes when you're putting the interfacing on, I always say press and a bit of a wiggle. Press and a bit of a wiggle. Don't iron it on
Right.
because you're going to stretch it. And if you do think it's stretched a little bit, just get your pattern piece and lay it over the top when you cut them all out and just see if it has stretched out. Or if you put the pieces together and you find there's a little bit that's maybe one doesn't quite match the top, trim that off. It's still going to be all right because you'll probably find that one's gone a little bit stretched, or you might have done the seam on the paw a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller on one than the other, and then just make sure that the two paw pads and the 2 feet match up. So I always say don't get too hung up about it.
No, absolutely.
It's for enjoying, isn't it?
You've got to still enjoy the process, haven't
Yes,
you?
absolutely. So we would just pin these round and then sew it. And when you sew it, I won't sew it on because I know we're getting a bit short on time. Always do it flat down. So you take it to the machine with flat and then you'd push it out and sew all the way round. So that's how you'd sew the pad on. Then shall I quickly do the face? Have we got it?
Yeah, lovely. Margaret just asked, could I please show the pattern for the big teddy? And she says, great show.
Oh, thank you so much, Margaret.
Absolutely. And also has asked the finished size of the teddy. I'll be quick because it's about to sell out. Here's the pattern. It has now sold out. The height of the teddy?
I think it's about 12 inches. I do have, I did have a tape measure somewhere. No, I haven't.
Don't worry, I'll grab a tape measure.
Right, okay.
That's fine. You sew.
Right, I'll sew. I've got it. So one in the bottom.
I'm trapped. We'll find out. Yeah, it looks about 11, 12 inches
I think
to
it's
me.
about 12
Thanks,
inches.
Sandy. Thanks, Dan. We were talking, 14 inches.
Oh, 14 inches.
14 inches tall, Big Bear. Okay, Margaret, I hope that helps. Doll needles.
Yes.
Doll needles. Yeah. Essential, really.
Absolutely, yes. You need a doll needle. You can't do it with a small needle.
Okay, doll needles, £1.49. You get 3 different sizes. They are, you'll buy them once, look after them, you'll never need them again. You'll use them all the time. Great for upholstery as well. And also extra strong polyester thread. This is what you joint with.
It's what I used to joint with. Because if you try pulling that, you just can't snap it.
Perfect.
So it's really good. It's great for sewing. So sometimes I'll often sew the heads on.
Yep.
Because you find it's really difficult to get it around the machine. And I used to at one time, but I used to struggle, and I actually ended up breaking my machine at one time trying to turn it round on it.
Yep.
So I now hand sew them on, and I always use the upholstery thread to hand sew the head on.
Great.
So your head's not going to, because when you're pulling it out, you'll tend to pull the tail out first.
Yep.
Then try and get hold of the head and pull the head out next.
Yep.
And as you're pulling it, you want to make sure it's really sewn on well. So do it with a double upholstery thread and a back stitch.
Perfect.
Fine.
We've got 4 different colours. Absolutely brill. $1.99 a reel. Gosh, that's brilliant.
Yes.
Extra strong in black, first of all. This is the black. Then I've got a sort of taupey, sandy, golden colour. They've called it cream, but it's really kind of warm tan. $1.99. I mean, actually, for $1.99 a reel, it'd be worth getting all 4 colours.
it would,
and then you've got
yes.
every angle covered. Next up, we've got white. $1.99 for that. And then last of all, we've got the charcoal grey. But as I say, really, I'd go all 4, so useful, brilliant as well for upholstery. Great, perfect. How are you getting on, Sandy?
Okay, so with the face, it's really quite easy to do, and there's not too much hand sewing. So you sew the 2 sort of strange-looking pieces, like bunny ears, I call them, together at the bottom. And then the muzzle is the hardest part. You do little running stitches all the way around it so that it'll just fit in. And it tells you sort of like the placements of where to do it. And you want it so that it's quite padded, so you can see that's his little muzzle sticking out. As my little cat's got quite a little, he's got quite a flat face, and then this little muzzle just sticks out.
Oh, gorgeous.
Percy. Then we've got the forehead. So once you've sewn this round, you'll attach the to here and sew it on. So you've got, so that's your face. So then you can sew it all round. So it's all in the pattern here. Then you've got your ears. So again, right sides together. I think I've got another ear here. Right sides together, sew them all round and then clip them very close all the way round and then turn it the right way and just use your little pointer tool to just pull that corner out. Then you want to iron that, so make sure that's flat. Don't iron it on the furry side, iron it on the plain side if you've got a plain side. And then we're just going to put a little pleat in it. And again, that's all in your placement. I'm going to put a clip on it, but you would put just a little tiny stitch there just to hold it. Then you want to position your ears. Now, I always say with the face, none of the bears, none of the foxes, nothing turns out the same. And it can vary very much on where you put in the ears, where you put the eyes, where you put the nose. So you've got a little nose that you'd sew on at this point, just over here, and then I'd put the eyes on as well. So that's your face finished.
Really, really cute.
The back of the face is just sewn together, and then you put it on. Now, the head's slightly bigger than the back of the head. So I sewed up to about an inch up on this side. Then you sew from the ears round the top, and you're left with a little bit of a gap here. And I just put a little tiny pleat in it on the front and make sure it's the same on the other side, and it sort of gives it those little cheeks coming out.
Perfect, perfect.
And then you sew the head to the body.
Oh, brilliant. I, like Derek, want to come on a bear making course with
No problem.
preferably cats.
Okay.
Yes, gorgeous. Sandy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
When are you back?
I'm on with John's birthday, and I think you on the 17th.
Oh, awesome, on the Monday.
Monday, yes.
Oh, ace is the date. And I'll
it
get
is,
to
yes.
see you before you go on your transatlantic
I know,
voyage.
absolutely,
That's
yes.
a voyage, that's
It
not
is a voyage,
trip.
I know it is, isn't
Amazing.
it? Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Your
Thank
skills
you so
are
much.
just incredible. Love it. All right, thank you. Keep going through for your patterns, and I will see you after the break with sewing machines. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Jo Carter and I'm a soft toy designer and I quilt as well. I've been sewing for as long as I can remember. My great-grandma, my nana, my mum all sewed, and so it's something I grew up around. If I was to give some advice to a new sewer, somebody who wanted to try it, that would be to watch a few tutorials, but then to just give it a go. And try not to focus on achieving the perfect end result. Instead, at first, always, focus on enjoying the process and learning a new skill. Sort of those perfect results will come in time, but developing a love for sewing, I think, is a really great way to go. And a tip I've been given that I still use today is make sure you have plenty of seam rippers. It's frustrating enough if you have to remove some stitches, but then if you can't lay your hands on a seam ripper and you have to hunt around for one, that makes it doubly frustrating. So yes, plenty of seam rippers would be my go-to tip.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hey everybody, really good to have your company here on Sewing Street. This is our final hour and it's an hour dedicated to some of those more technical things. Sewing machine, embroidery machine, I've got a combi machine, all from the brilliant brand of Brother. I've also got some absolutely beautiful threads, I've got some extra wide backings and I've got some needles and some sewing machine carry bags. So lots and lots of different things. If you've got any technical questions that you want to ask, get them in. You know how. You can email the studio@sewingstreet.com. You can send a message through on Facebook, or you can message through our Watch Live. Okay, now I just want to start. I'm not going to go into the sewing machines right away, but I just want to mention to you that we have an amazing Brother combi embroidery and sewing machine on the show today, but I've only got 3 machines left. So if you've been hanging on thinking, nah, I've only got 3 of the combi machine. It does incredible embroidery. It's got a huge hoop. We've also got all of the sewing capacity, amazing decorative and utility prices too. We've got a price crash, but I've only got 3 of these machines. Now I've also got the Brother FS250, 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, an extension table, amazing sewing machine. It's half price. Have a look on the Brother website. And I've only got 6 of those left in stock right now. Finally, I've got an embroidery only machine from Brother. I've got a great price crash on that, but again, I've only got 5 in stock. So I just wanted to let you know that, because I don't want them to go into baskets and check out, and I didn't want you to think that maybe we've got loads of the combi machines. I've only got 3. I've only got 6 of the Brother FS250s. We'll restock, but if you want yours in the next week or so, today's a great day, is the day to buy them. We've got split pay on all of the machines as well, so a great way to spread the cost. Now, I'm just going to start with some Aurifil thread, because everybody needs great thread. Nobody should be sewing with cheap, poor quality thread. It's not worth risking your sewing project or your machine for cheap thread. This is the Aurifil Paper and Ink collection by Bridget Heitland rather, and from Zen Chic. This is 12 large, 50 weight spools. Now when I say large, this is 1,300 meters per reel. So each reel of thread is the equivalent of 13 100-meter reels. Now, if it was 100-meter, if it was a 100-meter reel of Gutermann sew-all thread or cotton thread, you probably pay at least £2.50. That would make each reel about not even £25, £30 more. Each, do you know what I mean? To buy the equivalent in Gutermann thread. I mean, the comparison seems ridiculous, but it's true. There's 1,300 meters of beautiful quality sewing thread on every single reel, and it's Aurifil. Now, you've got all these neutrals. You've got a few variegateds in there as well, which would be lovely for quilting. You should be paying £97.99. We're going to drop that price. We're going down to £88.99. Now, Hannah, we won't go into too much detail, but just £89.99 divided by 12, please. Just to tell me, how much am I paying for one reel? £7.49. That is off the charts. Great value. That's less than 50 pence per 100 meters. And the equivalent in a Gutermann sew-all would be at least £2.50. Absolutely wild. And this is Aurifil, amazing Italian thread, iconic. Now, colour-wise, you might look and think, that's a bit dull. This is all of your piecing thread. I'm going to take these 2 out for a second, because the variegators I would use differently. But you have got 10 reels of neutral piecing thread, everything from the very lightest through your mid-tones to your very darkest. So it really doesn't matter whether you're sewing pastels, whites, creams, brights, really deep dark colours. You've got piecing thread for every single job. You don't need to match red to red fabric. You just need the right tone. And then you've got 2 quilting threads in there, variegated light silvery taupes and a sort of black, white, grey mix. £89.99. Phenomenal. Found a price comparison. Closest we can find in price is on Quilt Direct, £97.70. They've reduced from 108. We've gone one better. You're paying £89.99. And you'll get it in 3 to 5 working days. We've also found it in places like Etsy. Here it is on Etsy. Oof, ouch, £142.58. That's from the United States as well, so you're going to get import duty. Yeah, free delivery? I don't think so. It's not. You're going to pay for it one way or another. Wow, $89.99. This is, I would say for most of us, this is a few years of piecing, but this is going to not put any lint or fluff into your machine. It's just beautiful. Over £100 on Etsy. Look, here we go, 126.68. Wow, 89.99 from us. Superb. You can use these threads, by the way, for quilting as well. I love quilting with neutral threads. White, these taupes, the silvery greys, the black. Brilliant for quilting. You've got variegated if you'd like to use that for quilting too. But any of them are absolutely wonderful for piecing. Absolutely wonderful for piecing. And again, I would use these with your size 70 or your 80 Microtex needles or regular machine needles. Beautiful, beautiful finish. Yep, universal needles are great. I've got some universal needles in this hour, I think. Keep going through for that. I think that's an absolute bargain. 15,600 metres of thread for under £90. I know it's a chunk to pay out in one go, but that is your next few years of piecing thread. Always keep your threads out of direct sunlight, by the way, not for fading as such, but it can actually sort of dry out the thread and make it brittle. So just keep it in the box, yeah, and keep it in a drawer, in a cupboard, you know, on a shelf is fine, just not in direct sunlight, and that's true of all thread. Okay, okay. Now, where would you like to go, Hannah? The combi machine, let's do that. Right. Here we go. Now, first off, Brother. Now, I have a Brother combi sewing machine and embroidery machine in my studio. It's what I'm using now on a daily basis. I've just finished writing a new book using that. Absolutely amazing. Brother is a name we can really trust. Now, this is a combination machine, and before I got one, I didn't know what it was all about, really. It's an amazing sewing machine, first off. Here's the sewing machine. You've got an LCD display, touch button, computerized, easy to use, automatic needle up, needle down, cutting function, locking function, reverse sewing. Look at all these stitches. You've got your utility, you've got patchwork and quilting, you've got loads of buttonholes, you've got decorative, heirloom, you've got alphabets. Now, as a sewing machine, amazing. Amazing sewing machine. I was prepared for my Brother combi machine to be an amazing embroidery machine. I wasn't necessarily expecting or needing it to be an amazing sewing machine because I thought I have other sewing machines that I can use for that. It is an amazing sewing machine. And then to convert it into an embroidery machine, 291 stitches as a sewing machine. Right, the regular accessory box slides off, just as you would expect. You've storage in there. When you slide that off, you've got your free arm. So for doing dressmaking and bag making, brill. But as soon as you put the embroidery module on, your machine now knows you're in embroidery mode, okay? You've got your carriage, and the machine comes with this large hoop. You get two hoops. You get the large. That's a big embroidery area. This is your small. It's not tiny by any means. This is your large. So much scope, so many possibilities with hoops this big. Measurement-wise, 260 millimetres by 160. You get the crosshatch sheets as well, the placement guides, and 180 by 130. So both really good size hoops. You get both, all right? And then built into your machine, you get so many fantastic embroideries pre-programmed in. So decorative, seasonal, floral frames. You also get some amazing fonts, numbers, alphabets, all programmed in, ready to go. 258 built-in embroideries plus your alphabets. Now, your machine is also wireless enabled, so you can link straight up with your smartphone, with your tablet, with your computer, and you can download wirelessly from the internet, from your tablet, phone, whatever, to your machine. Incredible. There are thousands of free compatible designs and paid for, and so many different permutations. There's lace, there's all embroidery, there's applique in the hoop, there's I mean, they're just wild. You've also got, though, a USB port in the side, so if you've already got some designs on a USB, so long as they are brother compatible, they're going to work on your brand new combi machine. It's an absolute dream. Now, when you come to take the embroidery module off, you have a little, you reach under, there's a space, and there's a little handle there that you put your fingers on and squeeze like a trigger, and that releases the embroidery module. It's super easy to do and so versatile as well. Of course, you can drop the feed dogs on your brother. So when you're doing things like free motion quilting, you can do that. But also don't forget that you can use your combi machine, your embroidery machine, to quilt your quilts. So for example, there are lots of designs you can get which are specifically quilting designs. Hoop your layered quilt within your embroidery hoop. Make sure that the rest of the quilt is supported on the table, and then quilt your blocks using your embroidery machine. Now let me show you what comes in the box. So there's an awful lot there. There's an awful lot there. So starting off, you know, just as a sewing machine, you know, you've got your side cutter, your quilting guide, you've got needles, bobbins, seam river, all those bits you'd expect, screwdrivers. You can do twin needle work, of course. You've got spool caps for small, medium and large threads. Also, you've got the thread spool insert. That's the mini king cone thread spool. That's for being able to use those king cones of thread. You've also got things like your reference manual, your operations guide, which are absolutely worth their weight in gold. I think we should do the price crash at this point, because I know lots of you are hanging on to see what price are you going to pay. I'm going to tell you that in just 1 second. All right, let's do it. It should be £2,499. Remember, that's for an amazing sewing machine and an amazing embroidery machine. Yeah, you got it right. That is £300 off. £2,199. That's a really fantastic price. Not just an amazing sewing machine, which you could pay £2,000 for. A great sewing machine, you can easily pay £2,000. You can pay £4,000 for a great sewing machine. You're getting a really great brother sewing machine and an amazing embroidery machine in one for £2,199. Now, £439.80 is your split pay. First of 5. So how does that work? All right, first and foremost, it's just your choice. Okay, you can choose to take it or not take it. It's entirely up to you. If you decide that you do want to take split pay, when you come to checkout, you'll simply be asked, do you want split pay? You tick it and you get it. It's as simple as that. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to go through a credit check. It's literally, you choose it and you get it. Now, today, instead of paying £2,199, you pay £4,300 and, get it back for me. It's gone. 439 £80, thank you. You pay that today and we send the machine out to you. You don't have to wait to make all the payments. You just make the first one and you get the machine sent out to you. And then monthly, that same payment will come out over 5 months. You don't pay 1 penny extra. You don't pay 1 penny more than somebody who just pays the £2,199 today in one lump sum. So you make the choice, what works for you? But I think it's great to have the option and get the machine home. And believe me when I say that you really can get it out of the box and be doing your very first embroidery, machine embroidery, within an hour. There's a great quick start guide. It is so simple to use. It is so straightforward. And start your journey with combining machine embroidery with machine sewing. Again, so easy to convert between the two. It is literally slide one accessory box off. There's your free arm. Slide the embroidery module on and it will click. Listen up. Did you hear that? That's it clicking into place. It's now in embroidery mode. And the frames are really, really easy to fit into place as well. They just go underneath and slot in, oops, like that. It is super easy to do. Okay, now one thing that you will need if you're going to do machine embroidery is stabilizer. So we have a pack of stabilizers. Oh, someone's asked a quick question. How do you drop feed dogs for free motion quilting? How do you drop the feed dogs for free motion sewing? Love the machine from Maureen. Oh, Maureen, it's so easy. Look, I turn it around, there's a little button on the back. And literally all you do is you push, oops, trying to move my hand out of the way. You push it, that's it. That drops the feed dogs. And then when you come to resume sewing, you push that button again, nothing will happen. But as soon as you take your first stitch, the feed dogs are back up. Do you see that? I'll just drop them again so you can see. See them drop away? And then when I re-engage, nothing happens. As soon as I turn the flywheel, the feed dogs pop back up again. And you're ready to do free motion quilting. Can we also have a look and see, just very quickly, sorry, about the foot package that comes with this machine, please? So I think really, really good to see the variety of feet that you get with your brother. Oh, no worries, okay. Okay. A lot of them, actually, you do store in the front of the machine, in the accessory box. So I've got them just here. So really easy storage. So you've got things like your overlocking foot, you've got your zipper foot, you have got blind hem, automatic one-step buttonhole, also your embroidery foot. This is for doing things like your decorative stitching, and your regular foot as well, plus bobbins, of course, and your seam ripper. You have like a list. Perfect, great, yeah. So a zigzag foot, a monogramming foot, overcasting, buttonhole, blind stitch, a button fitting foot, an embroidery foot with an LED pointer, an open toe foot, a free motion open toe quilting foot, so you get your quilting foot included for free motion, a non-stick foot for doing things like oilcloth PU acrylic, vinyl rather, a stitch guide foot, an adjustable zipper and piping foot, a walking foot as well, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, as well. So literally, you're not going to have to buy anything. So when I said it's an amazing sewing machine, even like the embroidery aside, the fact that you're getting your walking foot, your quilting foot, your piecing foot included, and a non-stick foot is just amazing, isn't it? Margaret, I hope that helped. Not just how to drop the feed dogs, but the fact you get your quilting feet included. Fab. Thank you for that, Hannah. That was really helpful. Not at all. No, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. You also, I know this is a small thing, but you also get a little accessory box at the back as well as at the front. I think any storage is good, right? Storage is good. Storage is really good. Yeah. Sweets. I'll pop that to one side. What I did just want to mention, obviously, is those stabilisers that you've got, just while we change the machines. If you are going for the embroidery combi or the embroidery only, really, really good to get yourself a pack of stabilisers. And when you're brand new, you don't necessarily know what each stabiliser does. So this is a pack of 12 different stabilisers, plus a book which explains what the stabilisers are and what they do. I think this is gold, absolute gold. You get 4 tearaways, you get 4 washaways, and you get 4 cutaways. And I think once you've had a go with each of these, and you've got that guidebook to keep, you really will understand how to use stabilisers, and you'll always know the right stabiliser for the job. And then you can just get the stabilisers that you use most often. $15.99 for that. I think that's an absolute golden purchase if you're going for either the embroidery or the embroidery and sewing combi. All right, thank you. Right, next up, let's do tearaway stabiliser. So this is a roll of stabiliser. On this roll, you actually get... Oh, right, okay. So you get 30 centimetres by 10 metres. So that's 12 inches by 11 yards. Yeah, it's not 30 centimetres by 10 centimetres. It is 30 centimetres by 10 metres. By 10 metres. Probably the person that wrote that in thought, oh, that can't be right. It can't be 10 metres. But it is. It is 10 metres. It's just a great all-rounder. That's your tearaway. That's the one I use most often. You put it behind your fabric. You can use something like a glue stick or spray to just adhere it to the back of your fabric. Do your embroidery. In fact, you don't even need to do that really. The hoop keeps them together. And then do your embroidery, and then it just tears away. Very, very useful, that. Very useful. And then the other one that we've got is a wash-away film. A wash-away film. So there's a few ways that you can use this. So one way you can use it is to create like lace. So you stitch onto the film and then it just washes away and just leaves the thread behind. You do need to use very specific embroidery designs for that. But I think also you can use the wash away where maybe the fabric is too delicate to tear away the stabiliser, but also very fine, and you couldn't use one that you leave in. I mean, some stabilisers you can leave in, but when you want to remove it completely and it's too delicate to tear or to cut, use the wash away. You get 10 metres, 30 centimetres wide. So 10 metres by that width for $15.99. It's a great price, that. Now, I thought we'd go on next to the Brother FS250 because this is a terrific sewing machine, and certainly as I think one of our, well, in fact, I think this is our most budget-friendly machine, because what you get for £399 is off the charts. It is off the charts. Because, just to put it into context, first of all, if you go to the Brother website, this machine costs £799. You heard me right. This is half Brother's retail recommended price, £399. There it is. There it is. Brother's website, £799. All right, ours also includes VAT, by the way. £399. Now for that, you're getting 250 stitches. 250 stitches. You've got utility buttonhole, decorative heirloom, you've got satin stitches, you've got reverse stitches, great quick reference guide. Most sewing machines you have to carry around a manual or you're looking along the top. This is so handy and dandy. I love it. Now that's 250 stitches. Up here you've got 3 alphabets. You've got uppercase solid, uppercase cursive and uppercase outline. You've also got numbers, punctuation and European accented letters as well. The value is off the charts, it's amazing. Now you also get an extension table included. You get needle up, needle down function. You can use it with or without a foot pedal. It's an LCD easy screen to use. It's just kind of up and down, super easy to use. If you're worried about difficulty of operation, this is so simple. You also get the most amazing foot package with this. In a way, the foot package with this is just way beyond what you'd expect. Let me show you. So you get a zigzag foot, that's on the machine. You also get your straight, sorry, you get, well, yeah, show it, and because I want to talk around this, not just in order. Well, it's not been put in the right order as far as I would say, because I know it's on the Brothers website, but what they've done here is they've muddled everything together. What you get standard with the machine is what you would expect. So a zigzag foot, the monogramming foot, the zipper foot, the blind hem, the overcasting, the button fitting foot. But then you get all these other feet, like a straight stitch foot, like the zipper and piping foot, a gathering foot, pin tuck foot, a non-stick foot, an adjustable bias binder, a narrow hemmer. These are all extra feet that you would normally have to buy. You get 7 extra dressmaking speciality feet included, which you really aren't paying for. It's amazing. You get all of that for £399. You get an eyelet punch. I mean, these are just amazing add-ons. Now, as far as reverse stitching goes, if you have a look on the front, you'll be able to see that you've got a few buttons there. So you've got the, this is your speed control, so you can slide it. You've got the needle up, needle down button. You've got the reverse stitch. So this is when you're sewing normal direction, you press and hold and you'll reverse, and then you let go and you go back to sewing in the normal direction. And then you've also got this button underneath, which is your start stop button, so that you can sew without using a foot pedal if you need to or want to. Okay, amazing. You also get your extension table with this. You get a hard cover for this as well. It is portable. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Don't forget, you get 250 stitches and 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation. Brilliant. I have this machine, says Carol in Staffordshire. It's great. I bought it from you last autumn and going strong, I'm sure. Thank you for your message, Carol. Don't forget as well, you can pay just £133 today to get the Brother FS 250 home, because that means you pay a third. It's 3 split pays. You pay 1/3, £133 today. We send you the machine within 3 to 5 working days. You'll have it. And then next month and the month after that, you pay another £133 each month. Now, the one thing that you might want to add in if you're buying this, or 2 things in fact, that you might want to add in. It isn't quite the complete package. I can't believe what you get for £399. But you might want to add in a walking foot and a darning foot. And then I think you've got every eventuality covered, unless you're doing something really off the usual charts. So walking foot, A walking foot essentially adds an extra set of feed dogs. You've got feed dogs on the bottom of your machine. This adds feed dogs, there they are, feed dogs along the top of your fabric as well, so it's evenly feeding your fabric. Perfect when you're doing things like ditch quilting, straight line quilting, brilliant for things like curtain making, working with thick fabrics, working with bulky layers. I think a bit essential really. $39.99 for that. And this isn't a generic, it's a Brother branded, beautiful quality, perfect on the machine, and very, very easy to fit on as well. So that's one extra foot I would recommend. The other extra foot I would recommend is the darning foot. So the darning foot can be used for darning, so if you have a hole in fabric, but most of the time we use this for free motion quilting and free motion applique and embroidery. So this allows us to control the direction of the stitching and the length of the stitch too. This is what you're going to use for free motion quilting and applique. $17.49. Can I mention one more thing? Oh, Jackie from Hampshire says, bought this machine recently. It's fantastic and I've learned more about it today. Brill, we do get a great manual. Andrea from Lincolnshire says, I got the FS250 in December and it was a little Christmas present. And it's amazing. I've still not used every stitch or every foot. I got the walking foot with mine and it's definitely a must. I would agree. I would agree. The one thing I would say as well, if you're buying any of the machines I show you today, the FS250, the combi, or I've only got 2 combis left, by the way. I've only got 2 combis left now. Or the embroidery only, get yourself an extra pack of Brother bobbins. You get 10 Brother bobbins in a pack. If you've bought the FS250 or the combi or the embroidery machine before and you didn't get extra bobbins, you now know that you should have bought them. $10.99 for 10 bobbins, and you also get 10 bobbin kind of cases with these. They fit around the bobbin, they hold the thread in place when you're not using it, stop it sort of running off, tangling. Also, you can clip them together so that they're not just rattling around inside your sewing case. Really recommend you get those. And as always, and we say this a lot, only use Brother bobbins in a Brother machine, Elna bobbins or Janome bobbins in an Elna or Janome. They are interchangeable, but Brother bobbins for a Brother machine. They're different sizes, different depths. Okay, right, that's our Brother. Now, I want to mention while we're here something that we could all possibly do with, which is a sewing machine bag. I've got 2 different colourways. They're an amazing price point. These will fit things like the FS250 or something like the 5 series from Elna, 550, 60, 70. They're $15.99 a piece. Now I've got the green, or turquoise, I should say. The details are on the screen for the turquoise. I've also got it in a purple, but I'll show you that in a second. Now, let me just show you the bag and then I'll give you some dimensions. So you've got a fantastic double zip pocket. Love the scissor decal. This opens up, absolutely tons of space in there for things like your pedal, your power cable, or maybe your manual to go in there, or maybe all of those things. Lovely double zip. Then you've got another double zip which opens up to get inside the machine bag itself. Now there's a good hard base to this, like a board, proper strong board base. It's also got 4 feet to keep the base off the floor, which I really like. All this for $15.99. Good, isn't it? I'm just going to pop the machine in. And I'll give you dimensions now if you need to measure your machine to see if it will fit. So height-wise, 32 centimetres or 13 inches. Now the width of it, 46 centimetres or 18 inches. And then depth, 21 centimetre, 8 inches. So measure up your sewing machine, and so long as it fits within those dimensions, it's going to fit beautifully. You've even got the reinforcing handle. Absolutely fantastic. Safe, secure, you've got feet, that really strong hard base on the bottom as well, for $15.99. I think that's an amazing value, really good thing to have. And even though your Brother FS250 does come with a hard covering case, I think for transporting, particularly if you're going on the bus, on the train, or even in the car with your sewing machine, I would put it in a bag like this. That handle's really nice and strong. Or this might be how you store your sewing machine in the house, just to keep it dust-free, you know, away from prying fingers, noses, if it's pets, if it's children, if it's other adults in the family who might be touching your things. Keep it in a bag. Keep it in a bag. And also as well, the thing I love about the double zip, of course, is that you can pop a little padlock on that if you need to. Collector in Merseyside, Kate's message to say, brilliant bag. I keep my overlocker in there, plenty of room. Great, absolutely, if it fits the dimensions of your overlocker. This, actually, you could put your AccuQuilt Go Big electric. You could put your AccuQuilt cutter, your Go Baby would go in there. You could use this for storing dies. You might have a Gemini, that would go in here with your cutting plates, etc., etc. I mean, they're really strong, sturdy bags anyway. Now, I've also got this same bag in purple. I'll move that out of the way and show you the purple. So here's the purple. So it really is about which colour is your preference. But it's really stylish and I think amazing value. Big double pocket on the front. Obviously, you've still got that really strong base. You've got the feet. You've got a big pocket on the front for your pedal and your cord cable, your electricity cable. And also plenty of space inside. So if you can't fit your instruction manual into the pocket, you can always put it inside with the machine. Fab. That's the purple. Now, I have a Brother embroidery only machine to share with you. I'll move this across. Now, let's start straight away with a price comparison. From us, £599. Exactly the same machine from John Lewis, £849. Now, I think they had it on special offer for a while for £799. I've got it in my head. I could be wrong. £849. Our price is £599. That's a massive saving. Massive saving. Also, split pay, £199.66, the first of 3 split pays. You pay once today, you get your embroidery machine home, you pay the second next month, the third the month after that. A great way to spread the cost if that suits you. 3-year warranty on this machine, 3-year warranty on the FS250 and the Combi machine. Absolutely fantastic confidence in the build, in the quality, and also in the versatility. So with your Brother embroidery only machine, you've still got great versatility. Now, in terms of the stitches, the designs that are already built in to your machine, we have got... Oh, okay. Just find out how many embroideries you've got. You've also got the option of USB. 135 built-in embroidery stitches on the machine when you get it home. You've also got, of course, your alphabets, your fonts, but you've also got that USB in the side and Wi-Fi capability. So you can transfer directly from a phone, from a screen. You've got 11 built-in fonts, but there are also hundreds of free and paid for fonts alone that you can get. You know, you can get Christmas fonts, you can get Halloween fonts, you can get like baby style. I saw a lovely font the other day actually, which was Peter Rabbit font. Oh, and there was upper and lower case with Peter Rabbit with the letter. So you could do the capital A with Peter Rabbit and then like L-F-I-E. So you could do Alfie. Oh, I don't know why Alfie came into my head, but just cute. Cute, cute, cute. And of course, if you make and sell, if you can personalise what you're making, I think the price goes up, doesn't it? We put the price up if it's personalised. Baby bibs, little bags, special seasonal projects. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, that is embroidery only. It doesn't come with a foot pedal because you press go and you step back and let the machine do the work. Now, I've got some filled bobbins. And these will go beautifully in your embroidery machine or your combi. They come in either a white or a black. Now, you can fill your own bobbins if you want to. You've got bobbins with your machine. You can buy embroidery bobbin fill. You only really need to use white or black. Light or dark. You don't see the bobbin thread on the top of your work, and this bobbin thread actually is designed to pull the top threads very slightly down under on the wrong side of the fabric so that you don't have to keep changing your bobbin. This is pre-filled. You get 6 pre-filled bobbins, and every one of these bobbins has 120 metres on it. Now, if you think about when you fill your bobbin at home, you can get about half of a 100-metre reel onto a bobbin, so about 50 metres onto one bobbin. This has got more than double that already loaded, more than double. 120 metres per bobbin, and you get a pack of 6. And when you finish with them, they are, I believe, cardboard bobbins. You just put them in the recycling. Yeah, you can't refill them, but they're just absolutely brilliant. It's Gutermann as well, by the way, so you know it's amazing quality. So that's the white, and then we've also got the black. So same principle, 6 pre-filled cardboard bobbins with 120 metres of bobbin fill on each one. And actually, you know, recently I've been using pre-filled embroidery bobbins when I'm doing machine quilting, especially when I'm, say like for a bag, I'm quilting the front of the bag. So there's the front of the bag plus wadding or foam, but no backing. I'm using the bobbin fill, doing my quilting, making the bag up and then inserting the lining. And that's working brilliantly. And it means as well, I mean, I never have to change my bobbin. Well, I do, but not very often. And also as well, it doesn't matter what colour I choose, or if I change my top colour, my bobbin works always. So why not get yourself a pack and give them a try? £6.99 for 6 pre-filled bobbins with more than double the thread you could get on a bobbin, or I could get on with my machine. Okay, right. We've just got 3 minutes left of the morning, my goodness. Now, this morning, I launched a brand new collection from Dan Morris. I have 1 fabric left. Is everything else sold out? It's the only extra wide I've got. Absolutely gorgeous. £11.99 a half metre. This is extra wide. This is 108 inches wide fabric. I'll show you, look. You've got, this is just half a metre, all of this, and all of this. Absolutely incredible. 108 inches wide by half a metre for £11.99. Now it's cut to order, so if you want to buy enough to back up to a queen size quilt, you'll need 2.5 metres or 5 units. If you want to get enough to back a king size quilt, you need 6 units, that's 3 metres. It's beautiful, 100% cotton, great quality, digital print, really vibrant, really soft, really lustrous. Okay, it's time for the menu. Monday tomorrow, I should be watching from Yorkshire. At 8 a.m, it's Stunning Sanderson and Floral Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan is in the house with her Summer Breeze quilt. At 10 o'clock, it's Amber Makes Kits. And at 11, it's the Picnic in the Park tote bag with our Susie Duncan. At 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane, and there's a knitting and crochet clearance. Sounds like a good day to me. Is that our Rebecca Reid? Rebecca Reid tomorrow. Can I just quickly mention, if it hasn't sold out, our early bird today, I want everyone to try the 505 glue stick. Yes, it's not a tiny can of spray. It is a glue stick, fabric safe, absolutely brilliant. Brand new product, regular price will be £6.99, but as an introduction, we've done it as our early bird. We've knocked £1 off, it's £5.99, and these last absolutely brilliantly. Won't clog the needle, dries within 15 seconds and dries clear. Give it a go if you haven't already. Pop that in your basket today. Right, it's time for me to go and drive home to Yorkshire. Wish me luck. I will see you on Friday next week. I shall be back then. Until then, take care of yourselves and I'll see you soon.